You know, maybe I should start these things with that little lo-fi. Maybe I should start these things with that. Hold on. Lo-fi. Maybe I should start. Maybe I should start. Hold on. Stop it! There we go. With that little lo-fi video. Are you done? Are you done? You see that? Dang it. How did Twitch introduce that stupid thing? Now I just gotta keep it on the grid forever. Which is silly, but you know, whatever. Where are we now? What are we doing? Who are we seeing? Where are we going? Do I gotta refresh this? I gotta refresh this. It's looking good. Looking good, looking grand, good, great, grand, wonderful. And then the video queued up is The Informal History of Physics from Stephen Wolfram. So what, the last one was, I don't know, talking some stuff about things I forgot, but I can look. Oh wait, we already saw why civilizations collapse, but the end of space and time. Something about quantum something. Man. I just don't understand it well enough. I do not understand quantum mechanics well enough. Neither do quantum physicists. That's the joke, isn't it? Anyways, aside from that, we left on top of the police station. We're going to the outpost to do something. Sell scrap? No. Probably just buy a camera lens. Unless I have stuff in the car I forgot about, but anyways. If we can't find a camera lens on this little thingy, we're just gonna get back to the car and go on our merry way. She's extraordinary, my jeans are torn. Her lips taste the hell, there was a prompt for some kind of building to fill it. What the heck? That's weird. Okay. Anyways. Nice.
Yes, I'm not good enough. Yes, I'm not good enough, my dear. Run, run, run away. Run, run, run away from
Gladiatorial Combat Evolved. I'm your host, John Dick, and welcome to Scum Island. We've got some interesting events for you to check out. Try your
We're gonna go and hit him in the leg or something.
Let's play some tunes,
Looks like
shall we?
it still counts.
From the #1 station, this is a story about love. A love story. Music is love, and love is music. Yeah. Sing the song, brother, sing the song. Sing the song, you could never be wrong. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, let's not well, let's check the cars, but not get any scrap because we're kind of full. We're kind of sort of full. I gotta find fucking the car, and then I gotta go take care of something. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. All right, that's taken care of. Let's continue. Let's get back to our car with the double barrel. We would hope. Full backpack. Searching for camera lenses. Why do we give up? It's, I don't know, just straight take the bolts. Why not? There we go. You also gotta keep in mind, don't want to drive around at nighttime. It's not like we can't. Sawed off, and now this other shotgun. Getting all sorts of stuff. Let's throw out the rubber band one. We need bolts more than we need rubber band. So she was vampire. Come to bite me. You saw it. You saw those fangs in her eyes. Anyways. Boy, I don't know. If I screw the lead plate, how about that? Parking sensor, not. Oh yeah, we wanted to sell the airplane materials. Anyways, you want the shotgun in here? Yeah, that's what you... Please, don't do this to me. I did it to myself, really, but... Don't do it to me. And the sawed off, why not? I think we can use the sawed off for weapon parts, right? Because we'd have to use the actual M16 anyways. We're doing great, we're having fun, and we're on our way to the outpost. Down this way, I just hope.
the hell away from that. If you want me to buy that, you better give me good price.
What's up? If you're trying to rob the place, I guarantee you, I'm well armed. That thing registered? Kidding. Nobody cares.
Scumbags. Are you ready for another day of carnage and chaos? I know I am. For those of you who don't know me, I'm John Dick, your guide and confidant on this journey of mayhem. Get ready to get bloody. Welcome, friends, to Scum Island. The best way to gain fame and fortune is by registering for one of our events. What are you waiting for, scrubs? Sign up and rank up. Let's get some music on to set the mood.
Guns, that thing registered? Kidding. Nobody cares.
Am I not? I don't know, it seems like I'm not making money off these sales. And again, maybe I'm just being paranoid. One thing is, I'm not listening to French, fuck you.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around. Make sure to stop by again.
Yeah, I think that's all the business we had. Gotta hurry home now. I gotta be home by dark or Mom will kill me. Straight dig it. Yeah, dodge that one too. These are just my excellent driving skills. I'm like the transporter, right? I don't know. I'm not into movies. Oh, shit, something was red over there. Something was glowing red, I know. It's fucking weird. And I need to drive right towards it. I could have sworn I saw the same thing in the sky, though, yesterday. Or was it the day before? There's just this glowing red that happens. It's gone. I don't know. It's weird. Maybe it was the blueprint glowing red in the distance for some reason or another. It's like at that moment you couldn't fill it out, but it also happened in the sky where there was no blueprint last time. Alright, let's check on this. It's missing one stick. It's missing a single stick. I hope that wasn't it the whole time. I hope I wasn't just like horribly misreading and that it was just like some kind of bug or something. It's fucking weird. It could be me. I could have just been me making a mistake. No, it wasn't me making a mistake. Something's wrong with it. Maybe if I offer another stick to the wall god. My liege, please take my stick. I wonder if I can hashtag give myself a small wooden stick to replace what I lost. I'm gonna hashtag replace the small wooden stick and then turn on God mode and redo this wall because, I don't know, it's bugged. You can all testify to it. I'm not a cheater here. I'm just admin solutions to admin problems. Even with the God mode fill, it won't. Let's destroy it. I don't even remember. I should have kept track of the angle and distance in my head. I thought it would just be easy again. But I mean, I'm hoping that's correctly aligned. What, you mean? Huh? You know, God mode fill is just not. Alright, well, we'll keep track. Angle is 95.8, 40.4. Something like 10. Why not 10? But it still needs to be 95.8, right? There, okay. It was just the distance alignment that was tripping it up, I think. But yeah, it's close enough. So I guess I just have to remember the angle every time I do that and then lower the distance just to make sure that doesn't happen again. Alright, well, go to the main menu. Why not? Continue. Because I do not enjoy my, well, maybe I should restart the client actually, just to, you know, just to make sure they don't think I'm a cheater. Cheater, pumpkin eater. Here, how about that? Let's just quit the game. And then restart it. Just to make sure no traces of my admin work can be found. Alright. You're hungry, you're thirsty. I'm horny, we can't all get what we want, mate. Yeah, just use this giant field as my parking lot. Oh, I forgot to put the stick back into it. Whatever. Doesn't matter. We're going to be emptying out the bag anyway. I'm stupid. Don't mind me. Come on, what the hell? I can't fucking butt him in the face, you bitch. Bob, why are you so stupid? And it's infected. You asshole. Speaking of which, where'd that land? Where'd that bolt land? Oh, up here. Don't cry, you bitch. All right.
Greetings, friends and enemies alike. If you came to our humble island for some peace and quiet, you came to the wrong place. I'm your host, John Dick, and I'm here to tell you that things are about to get downright brutal. Our producers have lined up some amazing tournaments for you. Sign up and revel in the glory, or die like a worm. The choice is yours. Let's get some music on to set the mood.
Hold on to hope, don't let go. Don't give up, there's rest for your weary soul.
Yeah, this place even spawns batteries. This is fucking great. Oil filter. We can have a nice improv suppressor. I did not buy the camera lens. Fuck. Okay. Next morning maybe. I was in a rush. I was just giving the camera lens a sporting chance to spawn on its own before I came in for that ass. Yes, that's my excuse here. I'm sticking to it.
From this distant vantage point, the Earth might not seem of any particular interest. But for us, it's different. Thousands of confident religions, ideologies, and economic doctrines. Every hunter and forager, every hero and coward, every creator and destroyer of civilization. Every king and peasant, every young couple in love, every mother and father, every saint and sinner in the history of our species.
A wrench pipe. That was a lucky yield. It didn't give us a camera lens, so how lucky can it really be? We have to deposit this fucking ballista into 100 pound bay. Deposit it into the trunk. Oh, there was a car in the middle of the woods somewhere around here. No. Doesn't matter, we're just getting scrap and such.
Good day, players and spectators. My name is John Dick, and I'll be your host for today's Bloodbath. If you're tired of withering in obscurity, you can register for one of our glorious events. Gain fame and prestige, or die trying, or both. Let's play some tunes, shall we?
Perfect, perfect. Kinda, sorta. wonder if there's any base building elements that require wire. Let me see. Shelter doesn't
You, my
require
friend,
it.
look
The
like
chest
somebody
doesn't
who could use a bit of
require it.
adventure. You came to the right place. I'm your host, John Dick, and welcome to Scum
Feels
Island.
like anything that
You
could
got some
use
interesting
wire
things
also
to check
could
out. Try your
use
hand at deathmatch, team deathmatch, capture the flag, or cargo.
the stuff.
And don't forget, the bears are more
What's it
afraid of
called?
you than you are.
Other ropes.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams.
Should we put the workbench?
Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause
It's like the perfect place for a workshop, I think.
oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Do you wanna be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you wanna taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another hand now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Down in the city, there's a place that never sleeps. You can see it all up past 57th Street. Music is hot and the drinking there's free. It'll turn you upside down before you count to three. You're looking for a helping hand. You need a friendly face. Feeling good, you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You're looking for a helping hand. You need a friendly face. Feeling good, you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You want it.
Get bolts and sound scraps.
Do you wanna be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you wanna taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another hand now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Columbus Avenue. Ha! Go see Miss Josie You're looking for a helping hand. You need a friendly face. Feeling good, you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You're looking for a helping hand. You need a friendly face. Feeling good, you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You want it, they got it, they flown it, you bought it. Ow! Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Alright, Columbus Avenue.
Salutations, scumbags. Are you ready for another day of carnage and chaos? I know I am. For those of you who don't know me, I'm John Dick, your guide and confidant on this journey of mayhem. Get ready to get bloody. Welcome, friends, to Scum Island. Once you're ready, be sure to sign up for one of our mini events. Challenge yourself against other prisoners. Team up and overcome for blood and glory. Now, get out there and paint the town red with blood, you degenerates. Make your mama proud.
That's embarrassing.
Bringing you play-by-play action to satiate your bloodlust. I'm John Dick, and welcome to Scum Island. The best way to gain fame and fortune is by registering for one of our events. What are you waiting for, scrub? Sign up and rank up. Keep your head out there, players, and try to collect a few extra heads along the way. Here's some kick-ass music to start your day.
Alright, now we can get into the history of physics when we get to the place, of course. I assume he's going to come at it from his unique frame and not just, give us textbook recounting of, Mr. Dingleding discovered this and this in year such and such. And that was pretty cool. You know what I mean? Okay.
Okay, well, welcome here. I said I would try and talk a little bit about the history of physics. That's particularly pertinent to me right now because for the last several months I've been very busily working on physics and actually have some super exciting things that I figured out that I'm hoping to talk about early next week. So consider this a precursor of some of the things that I want to talk about next week about sort of progress in understanding fundamental physics. What I wanted to do here today was to discuss a bit some of the history of physics as a field and how we've kind of got to where we are now. So let's start at the beginning. The question is, how does the world come to be the way it is? And in every culture, there have been creation myths. Some of the more extreme ones, the world is made on the back of a turtle and it's turtles all the way down and so on. But there's always a creation myth. And when it was written in the terms of explanations which were available at the time. And some of these creation myths seem to us these days mere analogies, allegories, etc., Actually, they often have quite interesting things to say if one sort of is prepared to translate them back into the sort of explanatory framework of the time. But I suppose that if we look at ancient civilizations, the ones about which we probably know the most in terms of their thinking are the Babylonians and the Greeks. Both of them had sort of important precursors to physics, and we should start off talking about those. So as far as the Babylonians were concerned, first of all, the Babylonians kind of did one thing very right, which was that they wrote down things on clay tablets, and those clay tablets survive. And let's see if I actually can pull it out. Here we go. Yeah, sample clay tablet. There we go. That's a little Babylonian tablet. Not a very exciting one. It's one I happen to have. That's it's a barley contract about somebody selling barley, delivering it in different months, and so on. But this thing is about 3,000-4,000 years old. And what's neat about Babylonian things is that they've survived, and other civilizations that wrote on other media didn't survive. So what do we know about what the Babylonians did in terms of physics? They had astrologers who would try and predict things. They would try and predict where planets would be at a certain time in the future, whether it would rain tomorrow, who would win or lose a battle. Turns out they were right, that there's a systematic way for scientists, in effect, to predict where planets will be. There's not such a systematic way to predict whether it will rain tomorrow, and there's not really a good scientific way to predict whether a king will win or lose a battle. So it's kind of interesting to see that in those times, it wasn't clear which of these would be the relevant thing. But they studied a lot astronomical phenomena, and they had essentially an empirical theory of lots of things about the motion of the moon and so on. They had pretty elaborate mathematical calculations that gave essentially formulas in terms of what we would today call a sort of a primitive version of Fourier analysis that described the motion of the moon, and they would keep data about that over the course of hundreds and hundreds of years, and that's how we know, and some of the ancient astronomers knew things about eclipses, and were able to measure all sorts of features of the heavens based on the records that the Babylonians had kept. But the real tradition, I think, in Babylon, starting maybe 4,000 years ago, was this kind of empirical tradition of let's observe the heavens, let's fit the data, let's make what amounts to a mathematical formula for what we see, and that's what we talk about. Now, maybe they had more kind of conceptual things, but they didn't, those were not recorded. So in a different tradition, there was kind of the Greek tradition of thinking about things, which was very much more of a philosophical tradition, very much more of a theoretical, we can come up with ways to understand the world just by thinking about stuff. And, from early times, like folks like Pythagoras, 500-ish BC, was thinking about sort of, can we use numbers to explore everything? And he didn't really make a distinction between numbers to understand musical harmony, numbers to understand kind of the soul, numbers to understand the physical world. It was just like there's an abstract framework with which we can think about the world. That was kind of the meta thing that he was thinking about. Well, then, for particularly the pre-Socratic philosophers, 400 BC, things like that, people like Democritus and so on, they were very big on let's just have a philosophical foundation for how the world is made. And Democritus famously thought about atoms, atoma, as these indivisible units from which the world will be made. And I think the most important thing that we see from some of this early philosophical thinking about the world is this idea that, yes, the world can be made of lots of, for example, identical objects, and there's kind of a formal theory of how the world might be made. Now, there were thoughts that, maybe the world is made out of lots of little platonic solids. Conveniently, here are a couple of convenient platonic solids, in this case made out of wood rather than out of the stuff the universe might be made out of. But kind of there was the idea that, so one of the 5 platonic solids might represent water, one might be fire, things like this. And that somehow there was a way to explain how the world was made in these kind of formal, essentially mathematical terms. Well, I suppose a lot of kind of the wisdom of the ancients was passed down to more modern times through through the works of Aristotle. I mean, I sort of view Aristotle as the great cataloger. I mean, he would write lists of animals and plants and causes of things, structures of arguments. That's what turned into logic. And he also had kind of a sort of a catalogue of the way the physical world works, and had sort of explanations based on kind of pure philosophy of how to think about the way the physical world works. So that was kind of the tradition of the things that it's like we can figure out the world just by thinking about it. I think that one of the more interesting examples of that, a person called Lucretius, Roman person, maybe 60 BC, who wrote a book called On the Nature of Things, fairly general sounding title, but he was trying to understand how the world works and how one could put together a thing like the world. And he had a kind of an interesting analogy, which I like very much. He said, maybe the world is put together from underlying elements like atoms in kind of the way that we might put together a sentence out of words with a certain grammatical structure. So it's kind of a way of describing a formal structure through which the world can be built from sort of underlying elements. And I think I think he was kind of right about the way it would work. He didn't have any of the tools. He didn't have computers. He didn't have all these kinds of things to work with and to think in terms of. But that was kind of an interesting idea. I mean, of course, at the time there were little computers. There were mechanical computers like the Antikythera device, which was found in a shipwreck. It's this sort of lump of things with a bunch of cogs. That's a surprisingly elaborate mechanical computer. Actually, I think Cicero mentions the existence of such a thing. We don't know how common or not those were in the ancient world, but in a sense, this clockwork computer type idea did exist in ancient times. At least we have one sample of its existence. So it's sort of interesting that what might have emerged if kind of computation had become more widespread in those times. I mean, it's worth understanding that this notion of sort of the clockwork way of things working is not that different from the mathematical structure of the way the Babylonians thought about kind of their explanation of the positions of planets and the moon and things like this. Well, okay, so in terms of ancient times, I mean, another kind of tradition of another sort of thing in ancient times was the development of mathematics. And mathematics had been partly developed as sort of a practical thing in Babylon for doing commerce, for computing financial kinds of things, for doing land surveying. That was kind of the origins of arithmetic and of geometry. But it kind of reached a different level of kind of philosophical significance through the work of people like Euclid, maybe 300 BC. Euclid tried to axiomatize mathematics. He tried to say, these are just things that we can say are true, that we can then build up as a purely logical matter of deduction, all of the things that we might know about, for example, geometry. And it was completely unclear at the time to what extent like physics might be axiomatizable, and to what extent the statement that Euclid makes, two parallel lines never meet, to what extent that was a statement that was sort of a fact that must be true about the world, that was somehow associated with physics, or something that was merely a mathematical assertion from which you could prove things. And it really took a long, long time before sort of this distinction between physics, things that happen to be true about the world, and mathematics, things that are sort of deducible by pure thought, could really be distinguished. And in fact, I would say that in very modern times, we maybe are almost back to the point where we might be able to turn physics into a branch of mathematics again. But that's for the future. But in any case, this tradition of kind of geometric reasoning and so on that Euclid practiced, and that would very much fit in with the kind of Greek tradition of let's figure out everything by pure thought. Now, there was actual physics done, like Archimedes, 250 BC. He did actual physics. He computed things using mathematics. But I think that he wasn't really in the let's understand how the universe is really constructed. He was more like, well, it's kind of obvious in some sort of Euclidean geometrical axiomatic way that such and such a thing is true about things in the world. Let's just compute how it works. And he was able to compute all kinds of things about volumes of solids and things like that, and connect some of those things to physics with things like, his principle of displacement of volume by, figuring out is this gold or not, by figuring out the density, by knowing that things displace their own volume of something like water. Okay, so the in terms of other things that sort of happened in the ancient world, by the time one was approaching sort of 0
boy, don't tell me I just wasted.
there were people like Hipparchus,
Don't tell me there's
early
a
astronomer, who
Oh,
made a
boy.
very nice star catalog
Oh, boy.
and made lots of observations and so on. By the time Ptolemy, 120 AD-ish, was around, Ptolemy kind of put together all these observations into this thing called the Almagest, which for many, many years was kind of the standard of how astronomy worked. And the Almagest was, in a sense, not really a work of physics. It was a work of kind of Euclidean-style mathematics applied to observations of astronomy. And it was something where, in the end, he had this idea of epicycles, which were essentially came from the Babylonian tradition of let's make something where we can work out the motions of planets and things. In his case, by lots of lots of spheres rolling around on each other with certain particular sizes and particular detailed, elaborate structures that were essentially a representation of mathematical formulas. And I think that's most of what somebody like Ptolemy really cared about, was just the mathematical formulas that allowed you to predict things, rather than the interpretation in terms of spheres rolling on each other, which I'm not sure how much that was really thought about, or how much anybody cared about that interpretation. I think it was much more the practical, let's see how we can make astronomical predictions. Well, okay, so then after that, I mean, for a long, long time, the works of Hipparchus, Ptolemy, and so on, most of the works of Hipparchus, I think, were lost. So it was really Ptolemy's Almagest that was kind of the standard for astronomy/physics for, more than 1,000 years. It finally got kind of, people started cleaning it up. A person called Regiomontanus was big on sort of doing a big cleanup of,
Okay, so the mad
of
lad
these
really
sort of
is
post,
just going through the history.
could
of
one make
physics.
the next step in physics or astronomy
Not that
after
I
Ptolemy? And really, one of the significant next steps was Copernicus, all the way in 1514, I think, where Copernicus was kind of working in the Ptolemaic tradition in terms of epicycles, and you can understand that these sort of things roll on these things, and you can understand the motions of planets that way, and so on. And you realize, well, actually, it's a lot simpler. You can make a sort of technical change in the way things work, and you can make it a lot simpler if you don't imagine that the sun goes around the Earth. It doesn't really matter to the mathematics whether the sun goes around the Earth or the Earth goes around the sun, but you can avoid some technical details if you assume that the sun is at the center and the Earth is going around it and the other planets going around those. And so he kind of introduced that as largely a technical innovation very late in his life. I think what was interesting, in a sense, to me about that is that, yes, it was a technical innovation. Didn't even give better results, didn't give better results than Ptolemy. Actually, I think it gave worse results than Ptolemy's way of setting things up. But in a sense, there was a certain, it started kind of a shockwave of a realization that what you think is true, like you think the Earth is stationary and stuff is moving around you, might not be true. You might be able to do something that is kind of a scientific thing and work out something which is completely not obvious to our senses. And I think that was kind of at a meta level, the really significant feature of what Copernicus did. And in fact, there was sort of much more philosophical runoff from what Copernicus did than there was scientific kind of development of what he did. That came rather slowly. The philosophical implications, I think, were in many ways much bigger. They were like science really knows what it's talking about, and it might be different than what you can perceive with your senses, but science is going to be right and your senses are going to be wrong. And that's kind of a tradition that has existed pretty much to the present day and has been sort of amplified over time. I think there's some problems with that tradition, actually, and which we may talk about towards the end here. Well, anyway, so after Copernicus, there was, I suppose the next sort of really big set of things that started happening were things that Galileo was doing, late 1500s. Really Galileo's I think a big initial contribution was the idea of, yeah, you can really use math to talk about physical kinds of things. So, for example, the discovery that a parabola might be relevant for the motion of a projectile, the realization that there are things that are really mathy. I mean, things like parabolas have been discovered as algebra. They'd had kind of precursors in antiquity, but they'd really sort of come to the fore when algebra started getting developed in the 1400s and so on. I think the next big step was, yes, mathematics could sort of be directly entrained with physics. By the way, it had already been known in antiquity that in optics, kind of the theory of optics is very close to geometry. It's all about lines and angles and things like
This is our
this.
little hangar.
And even Euclid, for
That's what
example,
it's
had
gonna
actually
be.
written a book about optics, which is
Place to
lost.
put a plane.
It was something
Back a
considered
plane
to be
into
sort
a-
of almost a branch of mathematics. So there had been tradition there of sort of mathematical things applied to ideas like optics, but when it came to mechanics, that hadn't really been such a tradition, and Galileo was kind of the one who really started pushing that. Well, then the sort of the big surprise was 1608 when Galileo, the telescope had just been invented, and Galileo sort of found out about it and improved it. There's sort of a possibly apocryphal story that Galileo was kind of a rather pugnacious fellow and quite an activist. But he was also, he got himself in lots of kinds of trouble. But there's a perhaps apocryphal story that he had sold the rights to his version of the telescope to the merchants of Venice, because they really wanted to go up that big tower in the middle of Venice that's still there and figure out, be the first person to figure out whose ship had come over whether a particular ship was going to come home or not, and look out at the horizon. And having a telescope to be able to do that was really a big advantage. It kind of has a reminiscence of modern times with high frequency trading and so on, where it's get a faster fiber optic cable to know what's happening in London if you're in New York and things like this. But back in those days, that was the merchants of Venice with the Galileo telescope running up that big tower in the middle of Venice and so on. But anyway, so the apocryphal story perhaps was that Galileo had sold the exclusive rights to terrestrial uses of the telescope to the merchants of Venice. So he had no choice but to then try using it for something different, point the telescope to the sky. Those rights were not used, were not sold. And in 1608, that's what he did. And probably the most dramatic thing he discovered was the moons of Jupiter. Why was it dramatic to discover the moons of Jupiter? Well, because it had been claimed by Copernicus and so on that the Earth was going around the sun, things like that. This was kind of like a miniature solar system that was operating around Jupiter, and it kind of also gave the sense that some of these kind of principles of physics that we kind of had an idea applied in the terrestrial domain also would apply to things in the heavens and things that were like things orbiting Jupiter and so on. So it was sort of a big realization that these kinds of essentially mathematical type principles that had been that were starting to be applied to mechanics in the terrestrial domain could also apply to mechanics everywhere else. And it kind of was it started to speak to kind of the universality of physics across the whole universe, that it really wasn't any different what was going on in the heavens than what was going on Earth and so on. And that kind of started a chain of thinking that I guess we could say led to most modern mathematical science and a lot of modern technology and engineering and so on. So anyway, that was the sort of a big moment for science. Later on, Galileo started having principles of describing science, and an important one was what's these days called Galilean invariance. The idea that it's really no different if you're stationary or if you're traveling at a certain speed, the laws of physics always look the same. That was important if you wanted to describe, look, the Earth doesn't have to be stationary. The Earth can just be moving at a constant speed, and it will seem like everything is the same as if it was stationary. And that's why we can't tell with our senses that the Earth is moving around the sun rather than the other way around. Well, okay. Once the moons of Jupiter were discovered, all kinds of things, for example, the fact that the speed of light was not infinite was discovered by 1670, 1680, by making observations on the moons of Jupiter. So it was already known that light didn't travel at infinite speed. I'm not sure that any great significance was put on that. It was known, of course, that sound didn't travel at an infinite speed. It became clear that light traveled much faster than sound. But okay. Well, meanwhile, there was all sorts of question about sort of the nature of light, for instance, like Snell's law, which is the law that determines how refraction works when you have a light ray that goes from like air to water. That law of that sort of trigonometric law of the angle that the light ray will take. Snell's law was I think 1620, and then through the 1600s, there were a bunch of kind of what we might say the obvious linear laws of physics that got discovered. So, for example, Boyle's law for gases, mid-1600s, Hooke's law for springs, that the force on the extension of a spring is linearly proportional to how much you extend it. It was like 1660s, I think. Then the friction law, the law of friction, that says that the frictional force is proportional to a constant that depends on the material times the normal force, times the amount of force that pushes the thing down onto the surface. That was kind of a late 1600s thing, although I think Leonardo da Vinci already had some ideas about how friction worked. I mean, it's kind of interesting that of those laws, we understand Boyle's gas law very well now. We understand Hooke's law for springs very well now. The law of friction, we actually still don't understand that well. It's still kind of mysterious exactly how and why that works and so on. So it's kind of interesting that these things that get discovered, just like when the Babylonians couldn't figure out, which would be easier to predict, the motion of planets or whether it would rain tomorrow. It's sometimes you have to have a big conceptual framework before it becomes clear what is easy to understand and what is not easy to understand. Well, okay, so one thing had been discovered even in antiquity was various electrical phenomena.
I was only
static
thinking about the
electricity was
toolbox.
known. There was also various magnetic materials were known. They're kind of curiosities. No great significance to them. People then Volta kind of started understanding that, for example, the muscles were somehow electrical. And then it became it started to get more, there started to be more and more interest in kind of what is electricity. Coulomb's law was late 1700s. It was discovered that the force of attraction between charged objects is proportional to the inverse square, 1 over the distance squared of the between the objects. And then so sort of slow progress on electricity, magnetism, things like that. I guess by this point, let's see, we're hitting about
the MRE cheeseburger.
So what happened? Well, let's see. There was
no competition.
So beginning of the 1800s, people like Thomas Young had his wave theory for light. And then as soon as that came in, people were able to start doing all kinds of calculations. I mean, it had been very unclear what light was. People knew about interference of light. For example, Newton's rings. When you see a layer of oil, you'll see these kind of light and dark rings and so on that are associated with we now know are associated with the thickness of the oil and how many wavelengths of light it corresponds to, things like that. But anyway, there were kind of phenomena like that have been seen. And there were also phenomena that made it look like light was just a bunch of corpuscles, a bunch of particles that would just go in straight lines, kind of like a big stream of these things. And so, I mean, that we now know that there's sort of a duality between this light as photons and light as waves thing, but that didn't come until the 1900s. But back in 1800, around 1801, I think, Thomas Young was talking about, the wave theory of light. And that became a sort of more formal thing. And within a decade or so, people were able to do all kinds of elaborate calculations of diffraction in light and interference and so on. It became kind of a thing that had been mathematicized.
I thought it was a rocket. Like, are you doing rocket science?
That
Anyways.
Oh yeah, we forgot an absolutely critical piece of history, which I'm shocked that I forgot because it's one of my kind of favorites, and I'm just I was talking about kind of things in the 1600s and these kind of empirical laws of uh, of of how things work before we get to the 1700s, before we get to electricity, before we get to light and so on. We have to talk about Newton, and we have to talk about the things that Newton did. Actually, the main things, his big year was 1665, which happened to be the year that Cambridge University was closed because of the plague. And Newton went and hung out at his sort of ancestral home in Lincolnshire, I think, and was thinking about stuff and came up with two pretty good ideas. One was his law of gravity, and the other was calculus. He didn't publish those things until 1687, his big book, Principia Mathematica. I mean, it's the sort of the title of the book already tells you kind of something of the philosophical implications. The title of the book, the full title is, translated into English, Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy. So sort of pre-Newton, the general thinking about how one thought about nature was as kind of a branch of philosophy, as a natural philosophy. The basic thinking had been one just figures out how nature works by pure thought, just like how Aristotle had done it, just like how Democritus had done it, and so on. But what Newton was saying was, no, actually, there are mathematical principles of natural philosophy. Now, Galileo had had some precursors to this, but Newton was kind of the full-fledged, you can figure out how the world works using mathematical principles. And so he developed some mathematical principles, particularly his laws of motion, first, second, and third law.
So smart.
For example, the first law, an object remains an object that isn't acted on by a force, just remains in motion in the same way it's been moving before. The second law, it's force is mass times acceleration, and so on. Now, you might say in modern times the first law is obvious. We know if you set something in motion, it'll, and you don't act on it by a force. It's a something on an air table, on a puck on an ice rink, something like this. You set it in motion, it'll just keep going unless it's acted on by a force. That seems really obvious to us today. It's a lot less obvious if you don't have things where friction has been reduced to almost zero. If you are dealing with kind of, we just, you're pushing something through mud, or you're just rolling something on the ground, it's far from obvious that it will keep going if a force isn't acting on it, because actually a force is usually acting on it, the force of friction. And so this was the idea that there was this sort of perfect version of this where the thing will just keep going without, if no force acts on it, wasn't self-evidently obvious. It was really a mathematical idealization that was significant, and that was Newton's first law. Well, Newton then, with his forces, mass times acceleration and so on, that immediately started asking, well, can you actually compute, given that you know that force is equal to mass times acceleration, what are the forces that act on things? So one very important force that Newton thought about when he was thinking about astronomy was the force of gravity. And then he had to work out, well, what is the force that gravity exerts? And that's when he came up with his inverse square law of gravity, and his universal law of gravity, that between any two objects, the force of gravity is the mass of one object times the mass of the other object divided by the square of the distance between them, or multiplied by some universal constant, we now call capital G. So that was his kind of idea, and his idea was that was going to be the law of gravity that applied to everything, whether it was the moons of Jupiter, whether it was the sun around the Earth, whether it was a comet in the solar system, all these things, the law of gravity would apply. And I've realized I forgot another important piece of this story, which was I'm sorry to backtrack here, but I just want to fill in one more piece, which was around the time that Galileo was observing the moons of Jupiter. Another important, a little bit before that actually, another important development was Kepler. Kepler was actually a very capable mathematician, who had a completely wacky theory of the solar system. It was kind of an evolved version of the sort of Copernican meets Ptolemaic idea. And his idea actually was to use the Platonic solids as a representation of the motions of planets, and to have these sort of concentric Platonic solids, which happened by the mathematical results on the distances of Platonic solids. If you were to nest all the Platonic solids inside each other, it so happens that the results you would get for the ratios of their sizes agreed rather well with the known planets which went out to Saturn at the time in the solar system. So Kepler was like, we've derived this from mathematics. From mathematics we have derived how the solar system works. When the moons of Jupiter were discovered, he had to start having rhombic polyhedra as the way to describe those, and it all got kind of wacky. But Kepler was, even though his underlying theory was complete nonsense, the mathematics that he did was perfectly good, and the mathematics he did both on polyhedra and, more importantly, the mathematics he did in realizing that the orbits of planets could be represented as ellipses, and coming up with Kepler's laws, which were essentially empirical laws for the motion of planets derived from the mathematics of ellipses. I had sort of forgotten to mention that, I'm sorry. That was something that Newton was then able to leverage, because what Newton did was to say, okay, given this universal law of gravity and these laws of motion, then it's just a matter of mathematics to derive Kepler's result that the motion of planets should be ellipses. And the just a matter of mathematics required some mathematical sophistication, and that mathematical sophistication was what
feels like
originated
you should have
calculus,
been able
what
to
caused
fit
Newton to invent calculus, was the attempt to work out, given that force is equal to mass times acceleration is the rate of change of position. How do you work out what the position is, given that, okay, you use calculus to do that, and so he had to invent a way to do that. So that was 1687, and kind of what emerged from what Newton did was you could then just use Newton's law of gravitation, Newton's laws of motion, and calculus to compute all kinds of things. One thing that was interesting was that you could compute stuff, but it wasn't easy. And that was kind of a new thing, because it had tended to be the case that the things that one
Really?
could actually compute from sort of first principles, in a sense, were kind of easy to compute. I mean, although the Babylonians and the Ptolemy and so on had pretty elaborate empirical formulas, the things where it felt like you were starting from first principles had always been easy to compute.
I guess that does kind
Actually,
of
it's sort of an
cover
interesting thing when Newton was trying to compute the position of the motion of the moon. It's kind of a good example and a lesson for those of us who do theoretical science. Newton had got all of his whole universal law of gravitation and this and that, and then he tried to compute the motion of the moon. He has this long chapter of his Principia where he computes it, and the last sentence is, but the apse of the moon is twice as great. In other words, Newton got the wrong answer by a factor of 2. So, one might be taught in sort of the Baconian tradition of experimental science, if the experiment disagrees with your theory, abandon the theory. But one thing that I've learned in my efforts of doing science, when the theory is strong enough, when the theory has enough things going for it and has enough of a sort of aesthetic integrity to it, keep going with the theory. Sometimes the experiments will turn out to be wrong, or sometimes there's something wrong with the chain of deduction from the theory to the prediction for the experiments. In the case of Newton, the problem was with the chain of deduction, computing the three-body problem, the problem of the Earth, Moon, and Sun, all having gravitational attraction to each other. That's a very difficult mathematical problem. In fact, we now know that it isn't soluble in some sense in terms of sort of algebraic functions and things like this. It's a problem in which chaotic phenomena happen. It's a very elaborate problem. In fact, it's a problem where I think that it will turn out you can make any computation. You can have a three-body system that does any computation you want. In other words, the three-body system is as sophisticated as any computation. So but anyway, Newton was able to almost work out the motion of the moon. Other people later on steadily tightened that up. By around 1900, one had really pretty good calculations of the motion of the moon. one gets to test those every
Maybe
time
we
there's a
should
total
double A or
eclipse. It's a rather sensitive prediction of exactly where the moon is.
Erase the identity
Like
of
in
this
the most
fence
recent total
completely.
solar eclipse that was visible from the US a couple of years ago,
Seems
we
like
were
a,
able to use sort of modern
noble
techniques to predict to the second when the path of totality would hit
Should have
any
done the
particular
inside
point
first, if that was the case.
on its path.
I don't know.
And I was a little bit concerned
We're
whether
just
it would
having
actually be
fun here.
correct, because it involved all kinds
We're
of
just
elaborate
having
things,
fun,
including
building projects.
relativistic corrections and all that kind of stuff. So we had a website which lots of people
Just
used to
randomly things.
work out when the eclipse would arrive. I was a little worried
Let's do
whether it
that
would actually
later.
work correctly. We had a person who worked at our company who happened to be on the very western extremity of the US where the eclipse was sort of first touched. And so it was good to verify that, yes, at least when the eclipse first arrived, it was indeed correct. But in any case, back to Newton, one of the things sort of interesting there, Newton realized this thing about the fact that you can have a calculation that is where you can specify the rules for the calculation, but it may be really hard to actually calculate what happens. So he has a nice passage where he talks about where he's very concerned about the motion of the planets and things. And he says, we don't know how the planets kind of originated in their motion, and that's kind of the hand of God to put them where they start. But once they have started, then we can in principle calculate where they will end up. But he says, but to know for many planets with all of their mutual effects on each other, where they'll end up exceeds, if I'm not mistaken, he said, the force of any human mind. So in other words, he was recognizing the fact that there was a computational difficulty in working out the consequences of the theory that he developed. Well, in practice, lots of people worked on it, and through the course of the 1700s into the 1800s, there was more and more sophistication in the use of essentially calculus to do mechanical calculations. I think it was used both in terms of astronomical calculations, celestial mechanics, and also terrestrial calculations. I think for some reason, particularly British tradition was studying the motion of tops and these bizarre, the Polhode and the Hüppelhode and all these weird phenomena about how tops move that were sort of became, I think, a particularly British mathematical physics tradition and obsession. But in any case, there was an increasing level of sophistication of what could be worked out using calculus and using essentially Newtonian mechanics ideas. And that was kind of the big development of the 1700s to the early 1800s. And I might say that at the time of Newton, if you'd asked somebody, what is the world fundamentally made of? Probably the answer that you would have got is it's made of corpuscles. Don't really know what those are, but those are a little bit maybe like Democritus's atoms. We don't really know what they are. That are somehow bound together by forces, and post-Newton, it was like, well, maybe they're bound together by gravitational forces. But that was kind of the meta idea for what the world might be made of, although it wasn't something that was really studied in great and tremendous detail. When electrical stuff started becoming sort of a big thing in the 1800s, I think people were more tended to say that there were electrical forces that were holding things together. But sort of the thing of the 1800s, in addition to sort of very elaborate development of theories that were spin-offs of Newton's mechanics and calculus. I mean, the main spin-offs that developed were solid mechanics and fluid mechanics, the theory of stresses and solids, and the theory of the flow of fluids. Stresses and solids turns out to be a much easier problem than the flow of fluids. The flow of fluids has this very complicated issue of fluid turbulence. When a fluid flows rapidly, a fluid is flowing slowly, it just sort of slides around objects, and it does it in a laminar, smooth, layered way. But when it moves quickly, you get this kind of random turbulence that develops. And to find a theory of turbulence is still something that hasn't been done. I've tried to make some contributions to that myself, and I think I understand now sort of the immediate answer to the question, why is there randomness and turbulence? I think we can now answer that question. But in the 1800s, as the theory of fluids was developing, turbulence was sort of off the table. It was just working out the partial differential equations, things like the Navier-Stokes equations that described sort of the parts of fluid flow that you could work out by solving differential equations using calculus and so on. So anyway, those were two big traditions of that time. The other big thing that was happening was electricity and magnetism. I think there were both observations and theories.
Charge our
I
tractor with
think
a smartphone battery.
Faraday, Michael Faraday, 1830, discovered electromagnetic induction. The fact that when you wave a magnet around, you produce a voltage in a wire. You can induce a current in a wire. Very critical thing for electrical machinery, but that was discovered by Faraday purely experimentally. Then gradually, was sort of the idea of the notion of an electric field or a magnetic field, a sort of a thing that was out there that had an effect. So, for example, Faraday was, used to do these demonstrations and so on, where you have iron filings, little tiny bits of iron sprinkled around, and you put a magnet there, and you'll see this actual pattern of the iron filings that's sort of produced by this thing you can't see that is what he termed the magnetic field. Faraday wasn't that mathematically oriented, but it sort of quickly became clear that notion of a field was all connected with partial differential equations. And then the big thing that happened by the 1870s was James Clerk Maxwell coming up with his Maxwell's equations, which were these sort of unified equations that described electric and magnetic fields. And it was very I remember exactly when this was. Yeah, so it was actually within a decade after Maxwell's equations. One of the implications of Maxwell's equations, and one of the things that was sort of realized through the experiments that Faraday had done, was that electricity and magnetism were very closely connected. That you could use magnets to make electricity, you could use electricity to make magnetism, and so on. And that unification really came together in Maxwell's equations, which are 4 equations, partial differential equations, that describe the mechanics of electric and magnetic fields. They tell you how charges and currents, electric charges, electric currents, make electric and magnetic fields, and they tell you how electric and magnetic fields fit together. And Maxwell was a good mathematician and invented vector analysis and things, all those div, grad, curl, all those things. That's all Maxwell's. Although he originally wanted to call curl twirl, which might have been charming for the calculus students of the future. But anyway, he settled on curl eventually. But anyway, so Maxwell's equations have made these statements about how electric and magnetic fields would work. One of the implications of those was that it would be possible to produce waves, electromagnetic waves. And within a decade, Hertz had observed electromagnetic waves and had figured out and had basically created the first radio. And it didn't take very long. It took less than a decade before there was actual real radio being used, and people were transmitting messages that had been done on wires with telegrams and so on. They were using, in Morse code, they were sending messages purely through electromagnetic waves. So that was kind of the realization that that came out of the mathematics that Maxwell had done, that there should be electromagnetic waves, and by golly, there actually were electromagnetic waves, and they made radio. So that was kind of the big development of the late 1800s, was this idea of electromagnetism, electric and magnetic fields, things like radio, and those sorts of things. So another thing that was happening I should have, somebody on live stream is commenting on discovery of the vacuum. So that was in around the time of the French Revolution, right? So that was in the 1700s. The realization that the air that is not there's a notion of there being nothing there, so to speak, that you could make things where there isn't any air and where there's something where there's nothing there. I'm not sure. I think for chemistry that was an important realization. I'm not sure that was well ingested by the physicists. And in fact, there were a bunch of issues about what the role, the notion of whether a vacuum really had nothing there. So one of the important ones of those was people knew about sound, and they knew that sound was compression waves in the air. And you could also have sound in solids. It was compression waves in solids and things like that. And people like Helmholtz, I think 1860s-ish, had developed a pretty complete theory, mathematical theory of sound that Rayleigh, I think, had a version of this. In fact, his book, Helmholtz and Rayleigh's books on sound, I certainly have copies of them, and I think they're pretty modern, actually. There's not a lot, you can say more with more techniques, but they pretty much had nailed the way sound works and the mathematics of sound waves and so on. But there was a question, we'll come to a little bit more later, but there was a question for electromagnetic waves. We know that sound waves are compression and rarefaction waves in air, in a material. Question is, what are electromagnetic waves in? And so this notion developed of this thing called the ether, the so-called, in a very Victorian sounding name, the luminiferous ether, the light carrying ether. That was the idea was that there was this unseen thing that was the analog of what air was to sound, the luminiferous ether was to electromagnetic waves. And that was kind of, at the time of Maxwell and people like that, that was kind of the way people thought things worked. So,
and it turns out that might not even be untrue.
Well, another important development in the 1800s. 1800s were, physics really started galloping along. After Galileo and Newton, physics kind of got in gear, and things really started to happen. There's a lot of different kinds of phenomena in the world. Another important area is heat, the theory of heat, the idea of temperature, the theory of heat, those kinds of things. So there's a big debate in the 1800s. What is heat? So it got a little bit weird and funky. I mean, it was already suspected in the 1600s that heat was somehow associated with the microscopic motion of the things that made up matter. And even, for example, one of the Bernoullis had figured out that gases might be little molecules all bouncing around. That was in the mid 1700s, but that nobody really particularly cared about that. And people were very much concerned about heat, and then when steam engines were invented, it was important to understand kind of what was possible in steam engines. Sadi Carnot worked out the notion of an idealized steam engine and tried to work out how much energy you could get from an idealized steam engine, these kinds of things. But this notion of what is heat, what is the thing that corresponds to heat, wasn't clear. And it got kind of weird, and a little bit like the ether. There was this notion of things like phlogiston, this substance that would suffuse things and that corresponded to heat. This idea that it was that heat wasn't a substance, that was a property. It was just a property of things, not its own separate separated kind of substance. That took until the mid 1800s before that started to become clear, and there started to be experiments. People like Joule, who did experiments sort of about the interconvertibility of heat and other forms of an energy, and things that were known from mechanics, things about the energy of motion that was understood from mechanics. And by the way, following Newton and so on, the idea of the conservation of momentum, the conservation of mechanical energy, these were things that had emerged from mechanics, but it wasn't clear sort of how heat fitted into that. Well, then 1850-ish, sort of big point, the first law of thermodynamics, the idea that heat is a form of energy, and that the energy and mechanical work, energy of mechanical work, like kinetic energy, is sort of interchangeable with the energy of heat. And so that was kind of a thing of around 1850. People like Clausius, I think, was involved in that. This notion of heat as a form of energy, interconvertible with mechanical energy. Well, the only thing was that it was clear that it wasn't completely interconvertible, because if you had something that was hot, you couldn't immediately turn that thing that was hot, into useful mechanical work. And so it was kind of like, why is that? What's going on there? And that's what became the second law of thermodynamics, what we now often refer to as the law of entropy increase. But back in those days, it was kind of this law that said you can't get mechanical work out of heat energy that easily. And so, for example, a common version of it would be the statement that heat doesn't spontaneously flow from a colder body to a hotter body. That was one version of the second law of thermodynamics. But it became slowly clearer what the second law might be, and this notion that, I mean, we now know that the issue is mechanical work involves, you take this big lump of stuff and you start it in motion. And that means all the atoms in that big lump of stuff are all going in one particular direction. If you just make the lump of stuff hot, it means the atoms are moving around. They're moving around very quickly, but they're moving around in random ways. And we can't kind of decode that randomness so that we can kind of organize it into this sort of systematic mechanical motion. And that failure to be able to organize it is, I think, the origin of the second law, but we'll come to that. But anyway, back in those days, this notion of the second law
All right, I know
sort
where
of
I am right now.
emerged 1860s-ish, kind of, it was starting to be really talked about. Two big things happened. So James Clerk Maxwell, actually before he'd worked on electromagnetism, worked on kinetic theory. He worked on a prize essay about the moons of Saturn, and in it he invented what is now called kinetic theory. He invented kind of the mathematical theory that describes, you have a bunch of gas molecules bouncing around. What can you say about the properties of those molecules? So one big thing he said was the distribution of velocities of those molecules is this Gaussian-like distribution, e to the minus mv squared distribution that is now called the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution. So that was a sort of a mathematics meets the kind of the mathematics meets the idea that gases are really a bunch of little particle-like things bouncing around. That was a Maxwell idea. Then along came Ludwig Boltzmann, and by 1870, he had proved this thing he called the H theorem. So there'd been this idea in trying to characterize what heat was relative to other forms of energy. There'd been this idea, I think, due to Clausius, that you could define a notion of what's called entropy, which he defined as a thing that was essentially heat divided by temperature. Okay, so what Boltzmann proved was on the basis of little gas molecules bouncing around. He proved this thing called the H theorem that he said meant that he'd proved that the entropy as defined by Clausius always increases. And that's equivalent to statements like heat doesn't spontaneously flow from a colder body to a hotter body. It's equivalent to a lot of other kinds of statements.
Those little slits. Why is it like completely
and so Boltzmann
darkening
said he proved
in
that.
there?
Now, his proof was kind of a bit of
Light
a
can
sham.
come through the
Interesting
door.
mathematical proof, but because it turns out the laws of physics are reversible, at least in this sense, in the sense that they, whatever the laws of mechanics have the property that if you can have two things that collide like this and go out like that, you could sort of run the movie in reverse, and they could come in from where they started, from where they ended up, and go back and get back to where you started from. And so that reversibility was kind of, Boltzmann had gone from taking that mechanics that was reversible just like that and had proved that something irreversible happened. It was the so-called reversibility objection. And that was a very obscure thing. In fact, it's one of my sort of favorite physics misguidedness things is that in textbooks, modern textbooks, they'll often talk about the second law of thermodynamics. They'll show Boltzmann's proof of the H theorem. They'll say, well, yes, you can run everything backwards. And how can it not? How can you then conclude that entropy increases rather than decreases? They'll often end with statements like the last sentence being, this point is often puzzling to the student. Well, actually, it's been puzzling to everybody else too. I think I finally figured out in the 1990s, actually, how this works. And really the story is, the story is that what's happening is everything is reversible, but the dynamics of the system is effectively doing encryption on the initial conditions of the system. So while in principle you could reverse it, you need to be a cryptanalyst to do it, so to speak. And in practice, when we do experiments or make observations, we're not as computationally sophisticated as we would need to be to do that reversal. So even though looked at a microscopic level, everything is perfectly reversible, it doesn't appear that way to an actual observer. That was a kind of an idea that Josiah Willard Gibbs, one of the early American physicists from the early 1900s. He was big on this notion of coarse graining in statistical mechanics, which is kind of his version of saying the observer can't figure out at the level, sort of molecule by molecule, what's going on. He didn't really have this computation idea, but he just had the idea of you can't look at the individual molecules and see what's happening. I mean, Maxwell already had this thing called Maxwell's demon, where you've had a thought experiment where he said, imagine there are these two sides of a box, and there's a trapdoor in between them, and there's this little very tiny creature who is watching when molecules arrive at that trapdoor and is deciding whether to send them to the left or to the right. And with that demon, you can always get a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. By having sort of intelligence like that in the loop, you can get this violation of the second law. And that's kind of like saying, that's a kind of the beginnings of saying you sort of need a cryptanalyst to figure out how to untangle the inexorable increase of entropy associated with the second law. Actually, I should mention that one feature of the second law was that, particularly late 1800s, it was kind of, there was this whole question of, was there a life force? Was there something about living systems, about biology, that was fundamentally different from physical systems? And it's been a long-standing question of, is there some spark of life that goes beyond the physics, the chemistry, and so on? And that was what. So the second law was often kind of invoked in a, well, most things show the law of entropy increase, but living systems can sort of do the opposite. Well, they can't really. They can only do it temporarily, and they can only do it in a sort of a Maxwell's demonish kind of way at the level of individual molecules, but it doesn't really last. But in any case, that didn't become clear until well into the 1900s. And what really happened is this notion of what were the foundations of the second law, which I think is a fascinating thing. It's one of the things that got me interested in physics back when I was about 12 years old or something in 1972, was understanding things about the second law of thermodynamics. And it's sort of shocking that so little work has been done on it. And when I finally figured out how I think it actually works, I don't think anybody cares. But I think it's really interesting. Okay, back to I should mention, by the way, I mean, by the time after this whole life force thing sort of dissipated, by probably the 1930s, people had the point of view that the second law was just true. It was a fundamental true fact about nature. We sort of didn't maybe even need to prove it, or maybe Boltzmann had proved it, or people were kind of confused about it. I mean, the idea of entropy got kind of a boost in the 1940s when Claude Shannon introduced the idea of information as a measure of sort of the compressibility of data, because basically his information measure is exactly minus the Boltzmann's entropy measure. Okay, so another big thing from the 1600s, from the 1800s, was the whole notion of atoms really becoming real. And it had been known, chemistry had developed a lot. Lots of chemical elements were known. By the 1860s, Mendeleev was sort of writing his chemistry textbook and making up the periodic table, all those kinds of things. This notion that there was a systematization of chemistry was becoming clear. Meanwhile, people like Dalton, even at the beginning of the 1800s, had noticed things about chemical reactions. They'd noticed that when you wrote down chemical reactions, things worked very nicely when there were sort of integer multiples of things that showed up all over the place. It was like there were 2 units of oxygen and 1 unit of hydrogen, or whatever it is, for different kinds of things, and that sort of it was very convenient if you could just sort of numerologically arrange things by saying there's a discrete amount of hydrogen, and there's twice as much hydrogen as there is oxygen in water in some sense, and that there were these sort of simple multiples. And so he kind of developed this idea that there must be an atomic theory that would underlie chemistry, but it was done more at the level of sort of explaining chemical reactions. Meanwhile, it had sort of been known for a while, but it kind of was really became clearer with a guy called Robert Brown discovered Brownian motion. It had been known for a long time that things like this happened, that if you have a light enough thing, he was looking at pollen grains, it would be sort of discretely kicked around if you were looking at it under a microscope. And that discrete kicking around, people sort of started identifying, oh yeah, that's actual molecules that are like doing the kicking discretely. And so this notion that, atoms, that things are made of discrete stuff was pretty much established. And by the time Maxwell was talking about kinetic theory, it was like, yeah, things are made of discrete stuff, discrete atom-like things. What were atoms? People didn't know. Actually, one of my favorite kind of theories due to William Thomson, later Lord Kelvin, was the idea that atoms were knots in the ether. So remember this ether, the luminiferous ether that was supposed to fill the universe and be the thing that was the sort of carrier of light as air is the carrier of sound waves. Well, so the idea was that knots, there are discrete kinds of knots that you can tie in pieces of string. There are different kinds. You can classify the knots that exist. And Kelvin's idea was, well, gosh, it may be that we know there are discrete kinds of atoms. Maybe the kinds of atoms all correspond to knots in the ether. A completely non-stupid theory that turns out to be basically wrong, at least at that level, but definitely not a foolish thing to think about. And in fact, a lot of knot theory was produced by a childhood friend of Maxwell's, a person called Tate, who started classifying knots to try and see, would there be 92 of them, just like there were chemical elements, with that number of chemical elements and so on. Okay, so anyway, so this takes us, let's see, I think I'm looking at questions from the live stream here. This kind of takes us to pretty much the end of the 1800s. In terms of what was happening. So a couple of things happened right at the tail end of the 1800s. First, 1895, discovery of X-rays by Röntgen. Discovery that you could have these things that would kind of go through matter and would make nice pictures of bones and would not go through bones but would go through other pieces of us, so to speak. Then very soon thereafter, Becquerel discovered natural radioactivity. And then 1897, Thomson discovered the electron, discovered that electricity was also made of discrete stuff, just like matter was made of discrete atoms. So electricity was made of discrete things, namely electrons. Well, okay, so there have been a bunch of things that have been studied. One thing that had emerged in the I think 1880s or so was this notion of black body radiation. So the question was, when you heat something up, it glows. We know that. What color does it glow? What is the distribution of colors what is the distribution of colors of electromagnetic, so we know that light is a form of electromagnetic radiation. And so when something is heated up and glows, what colors does it produce as a function of temperature? So there was a way of calculating that based on kind of standard, based on the fact that there might be little generators, little oscillators that would be like little radio transmitters, except for light in the material, and there might be lots of these, and they might all produce a certain spectrum of electromagnetic radiation. Problem was that calculation gave completely the wrong answer, and by 1900 there were pretty precise measurements of what the actual black body spectrum was. And so a chap called Max Planck decided he would fit that data. And he realized that you could get a really good fit to that data if you assumed that somehow that whatever it was that were these little oscillators that were producing electromagnetic radiation was somehow quantized, were in lumps. A little bit like, and he got, it wasn't Maxwell's distribution from kinetic theory of distribution of speeds of molecules, but it was something a little like that, a little bit different from that, what we now call the Bose-Einstein distribution, that would govern if sort of electromagnetic radiation was quantized, it would that would be the form of black body, of the spectrum of black body radiation. So that was kind of the first idea of quanta, of quantization of something, of, in this case, quantization of light, effectively. So it was already known there were discrete atoms, there were discrete electrons for electricity, but what about light? Well, Planck sort of had this empirical fit that said there could also be discreteness in light. Okay, there was a thing called the photoelectric effect. You shine light on something, on some materials, and they emit electrons, basically. They produce, the photoelectric effect is what's used for photocells, it's what's used ultimately for the, I guess it's what's used for the imaging device that is the camera that I'm waving my arms at you guys using, is that same photoelectric effect. In any case, the photoelectric effect, there were things known about the photoelectric effect, about what frequencies of light would produce electrons, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. 1905, Albert Einstein figured out that if you believe Planck's idea of discreteness in electromagnetism, if you had the notion of a photon, a discrete particle of light, you could explain the photoelectric effect. That's actually what Einstein eventually won his Nobel Prize for, because relativity was way too controversial still, was the explanation of the photoelectric effect. So also, another thing that was happening right at the end of the 1900s was a thing called the Michelson-Morley experiment. Michelson-Morley experiment was an attempt to detect what was called the ether drift. So assume that the universe is full of luminiferous ether. The Earth must be moving through the luminiferous ether at some speed. But that means that somehow, just like sound waves, if you're moving through the air, sound waves work differently than if you're stationary in the air. And it should have been possible to detect that change in the luminiferous ether as a result of the Earth going around the sun at different times of year and so on. You should see a different features of the transmission of light. Well, they didn't see that. And so that meant there was no ether drift. This idea that there was this ether that sort of filled the universe and that was the carrier of light, something was wrong with that idea. Now, in one of these typical ironies of history, there kind of is a luminiferous ether.
Hey, he got to it.
We kind of know that because it's, well, in some of the fundamental physics theory that I have, you'll see there's something, it's a little bit bizarrely abstracted, but it's something a little bit like that luminiferous ether. But even this idea that there's nothing in the universe that sort of at rest that we're moving through, that's not true. The cosmic microwave background defines a rest frame for the whole of our universe, and the Earth is moving through it at 1,000th of the speed of light in a particular direction. So this idea that there is no ether drift, if they've been incredibly precise with their experiments, and they observed, light by light scattering from the cosmic microwave background, in effect, way below even what we can see today, they would have seen an ether drift, but they didn't. And so that led to a whole, well, how can this possibly work? There was a feature of Maxwell's equations for electromagnetism that implied that somehow the speed of light was constant, independent of how fast things were moving. So however fast the object whatever a flashlight that you're taking on a spacecraft, the spacecraft is moving rapidly, but yet the actual light that comes out of the flashlight isn't moving relative to somebody at rest any faster than the speed of light. It's not speed of light plus speed of spacecraft. And you would have expected from the Galilean principle that you can't tell when you're in motion, you would have expected that you would have something where the speed of the photons that were coming out of the flashlight would be the speed of the thing that you were emitting them from plus the speed of light. But that isn't what happened according to Maxwell's equations. Okay, so then 1905, Einstein invents special relativity. And special relativity was invented as this way to reconcile what Maxwell's equations said with the lack of an ether drift and to explain how the speed of light can really be constant. And what Einstein realized was that, well, you can think about the speed of light as being constant if you change your notion of how space and time work. If you have time dilation, if observers who are moving fast see time moving at a different rate than observers who are at rest, and so on. Well, actually, to the observer, the time seems to be moving at the same rate. but to somebody else observing them, their time seems to be moving at a different rate. I mean, it's a little bit spoiler alert. I think we now know exactly why that happens and how that all works. But that's coming when I get to talk about what we figured out about sort of a new fundamental theory for physics. But in the time of Einstein, what Einstein did was, in a very kind of Euclid-style way, was to sort of write down what essentially were axioms, things like, physics is independent of reference frame, for inertial reference frames, for frames with kind of like Newton's first law type motion, where there's just things are just moving without being acted on by a force, and similarly, and things like the speed of light is constant. And given these axioms, he was able to derive in this very kind of almost Greek type way these facts about the world that were the facts of special relativity, things like time dilation, length contraction, all these kinds of features of special relativity. People were very suspicious at the time. They said, how can you be doing this? This isn't like the way physics was supposed to be practiced. It was a very non-mathematical paper in many ways that Einstein wrote, a very short paper to introduce special relativity. And people were very confused, and it was another kind of Copernicus-like moment, you can't believe what you think you see type thing. Now, actually, from special relativity came this notion that space and time is somehow the same kind of thing, because in the mathematical formalism of special relativity, it's very clean. A person called Hermann Minkowski was kind of big on pointing this out, that the equations of special relativity work in a really clean way if you can kind of treat space and time as being sort of just aspects of the same thing. Well, I actually think that particular idea was a wrong turn. I think that particular idea kind of set back physics by a long time. But we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that soon. This notion that space and time are really the same kind of thing, I don't think it's correct. They appear the same kind of thing for purposes of things like special relativity, but at a conceptual level, they really aren't the same kind of thing. And they probably don't seem to us intuitively like they're the same kind of thing. And you have to kind of invent all these thought experiments that make them seem like they're the same kind of thing. Anyway, so special relativity, 1905, not a huge impact when it first came out. There wasn't a lot of experimental measurement that could be done based on special relativity. It was just like, okay, that's cool type thing. So meanwhile, a lot of other stuff was going on, particularly stuff with radioactivity, a lot of things with that. Big thing, 1911, I think, was the discovery of the atomic nucleus. So people had, they were beginning to think, okay, there are atoms, there are discrete units of matter, but is there something inside those atoms? So Rutherford took alpha particles, helium nuclei, a form of radioactivity, and was just scattering them against atoms, and discovered that most of the time, most of an atom, most of the time, when you shoot an alpha particle in an atom, it just goes straight through. But just very rarely, it's deflected a long way. And so Rutherford's interpretation of that was most of the atom is kind of just empty space, but there's something in the middle maybe of an atom that is a hard lump, a nucleus, that will bounce the alpha particle back. And so that was the discovery of the atomic nucleus. Soon it was understood that there were protons in the atomic nucleus that were sort of particles that were part of that along with electrons formed atoms. It was known that isotopes existed, and it was a little bit confusing how that worked. And it wasn't until the 1930s that separate free neutrons were observed. I mean, the really weird thing about neutrons, atomic nucleus is made of protons and neutrons, and in all the sort of matter that we are used to that isn't radioactive, the protons and neutrons just sit there in the nucleus of the atom. They're just completely stable. Nothing happens to them. But if you have a free neutron, if you just manage to separate out just a neutron on its own, the neutron undergoes radioactive decay in about 15 minutes. So if you could separate out a free neutron, independent of being bound into the nucleus of an atom, it decays. And that's one of many confusing things about how that all works. But anyway, so atomic nucleus, 1910-ish, that was a discovery. There were another thing that had been observed and was pretty well known was this idea of spectroscopy. The idea that when an atom absorbs light, it absorbs it, different kinds of atoms absorb light at different frequencies. And when you have a If you have a prism, for example, you can split the light into its constituent colors, different frequencies, and you'll see that particular different gases, for example, when they're excited, like in a fluorescent light bulb or something like that, will produce characteristically different spectra. They will have discrete lines that correspond to, when you separate out the light with a prism or with a diffraction grating or something, they'll have discrete lines that correspond to emitting light of very specific frequencies or absorbing light of very specific frequencies. So that was known, and there was a whole sort of elaborate descriptive theory of spectroscopy. The question is, how did that all work? And it's sort of, in the 1920s, this all started to become clear. And that was when quantum mechanics really emerged. And sort of the notion of quantum mechanics was, okay, lots of things are quantized, lots of things are discrete. Like I think 1923, the Stern-Gerlach experiment,
Seriously going to be
the discovery of electron spin, that electrons can be, in a sense, either spinning up or spinning down, and it's a discrete kind of thing. And so there was kind of a realization that these spectra, these line spectra, were all associated with quantization. That there was a discreteness to things. And then de Broglie in early 1920s had this idea that maybe just like light could be thought of in some ways like a particle, like a photon, in some ways like a wave, so maybe matter and things like electrons could also be thought of partly like a wave and partly like a particle. And that was a sort of influential underlying idea that helped launch quantum mechanics. So the real launch of quantum mechanics was probably the invention of the Schrodinger equation and Heisenberg's matrix mechanics in 1925-ish. And so these were both, the Schrodinger equation was a partial differential equation, very much in the sort of tradition of mechanics from the 1800s. Heisenberg had a slightly more newfangled math thing that had to do with matrices. Matrices had been invented rather obscurely. I mean, matrices are a very simple concept, but they've been invented in the 1800s, particularly by Cayley, as a result of fairly elaborate mathematical considerations. But anyway, Heisenberg applied those, and it turned out that Schrodinger and Heisenberg's view of how things worked were actually equivalent, although the mathematics looked fairly different. And kind of the notion was that somehow everything would be discretely quantized, a little bit like, if you have so Schrodinger's version, you have kind of a string, and you can pluck it in the middle and it'll make, a sort of single sine wave. You can pluck it in a different way and it'll make a double sine wave, triple sine wave, but it's quantized. If the string is kind of held at both ends, there are only a limited number of configurations that the string can be in. And that's kind of what Schrodinger said was happening for example, electrons in atoms, that there are only a discrete set of possible configurations that these electrons can be in. He described the thing that was being that represented that configuration as what he called the wave function of the electron. And so what Schrodinger figured out was you could make these equations that would describe the kind of properties of the wave function. And from those properties, you could compute all kinds of things. You could start computing atomic spectra. You could compute the spectrum of the hydrogen atom, all those kinds of things. And it all worked very well. You might ask, well, what was the wave function? What did it actually mean? Well, that was where things started getting a lot squigglier. And it was, the wave function is kind of related to the probability that the electron will be doing this thing or that thing. And there was the Born interpretation of quantum mechanics, which emerged around the same time, was, okay, just think of it as the wave function, which is a function of a complex function, real and imaginary parts, that you can work out the probability. When you actually say you want to know what happened in the atom, you can just say, I'm going to measure it, and then what happened will be governed by a probability that is the modulus squared of the wave function. And that was kind of the interpretation that was given to quantum mechanics. And it was like, don't look under the covers too much. You'll get confused. Just compute what happens and you'll get the right answer. And that's kind of been the story of quantum mechanics from the 1920s until today. It's like, it's a mathematical theory. Don't look too closely because you'll get confused. And my friend Dick Feynman always used to say, nobody really understands quantum mechanics. And I think that's been traditionally true. Exciting, spoiler alert for new kind of theory of fundamental physics, I think we actually now understand quantum mechanics and why it works and how it's set up. But that's for the future. We're talking about history of physics today. But in the history of physics, quantum mechanics was very rapid development in the 1920s. By the end of the 1920s, a lot of quantum mechanics was understood. A lot of quantum field theory was also have been developed. So quantum mechanics is about, did the electron go this way or that way? And there's just a particular electron, and we're dealing with that electron, and we're looking at it, and so on. When you want to describe things like an electromagnetic field, you have to deal with the fact that, well, you don't really know how many photons are there. A photon could be created, a photon could be destroyed. It's a little bit of a more complicated story. The mathematics is considerably more complicated, the quantum field theory as compared to quantum mechanics. But by the late 1920s, there was already the elements of quantum field theory had already been developed, although the mathematics of working out the consequences were still somewhat in the future. Okay, so that was kind of the idea of, another important thing. So the Schrödinger's equation was an equation for non-relativistic things like electrons. Electrons that were traveling at a speed very small compared to the speed of light. That was very soon, within a couple of years after Schrödinger's equation came out, Paul Dirac came up with a thing called the Dirac equation. The Dirac equation was an equation for a relativistic electron. And it was a very mathematically elegant thing that Dirac did, but it had a very weird prediction. It said that in addition to there being electrons, there should also be anti-electrons, particles just like the electron, same mass, same properties, but with the negative charge from the electron. So the electron usually is said to have charge -1. These would be +1 particles with charge +1, called them positrons, and positrons were the antiparticles of the electron. And the claim was that as soon as you put relativistic
Obviously, calling electrons negatrons.
as soon as you try to put relativity into quantum mechanics, you would end up with the inevitable prediction of antimatter, of antiparticles to all these different kinds of particles. So that was sort of a prediction, a mathematical prediction made basically on the basis of the aesthetics of the theory back in the 1920s, that there would be antiparticles to the electron, the proton.
I remember why I was heading this way. I think I want to get
another thing from around that time was Pauli exclusion principle. This is sort of important for understanding. It's a thing that adds a great deal of mathematical complexity to quantum mechanics, but it's basically the principle that when you have quantum mechanical things like electrons in particular, you can't stuff too many electrons into the same state. And that's kind of what leads to the fact, it leads to a lot of what we see in chemistry is we get these kind of shells of electrons in some conceptual sense in different kinds of atoms because we can't have electrons all sort of clumping together in the same state. And that's what probably leads to many features of the stability of matter, very important feature of our world. And that was something that came in quite early. Somewhat later, it was understood that photons do the exact opposite thing from the exclusion principle. They like to clump together, and much later that led to the invention of things like lasers and so on. Let's see. So then we're continuing our sort of trip through quantum mechanics and so on. So 1930s. Well, actually, let me mention something that happened in the 1910s. So as soon as radioactivity had been discovered, in things like uranium and so on, there was the question, it was a weird thing. People had balloons. Even before the Wright brothers did their thing, there were balloons that could go up to pretty high altitudes. Okay, well, and it was observed that if you went up to a high altitude, you started seeing radioactivity just in the air. Okay? And that was the discovery, I think 1912, if I remember correctly, of cosmic rays. That is that there are particles that are streaming mostly from the sun, at least the low energy ones come from the sun, into the upper atmosphere of the Earth. And most of them are absorbed by the time they reach the surface of the Earth, although there's still some residue on the surface of the Earth. But as you go higher up, less of it has been absorbed, and there's this cosmic radiation, cosmic rays. Okay, so cosmic rays were our best source of high energy particles. And so people did all kinds of experiments. They have these emulsion stacks, kind of like old-fashioned film, and that would when it's like don't put your X-ray film through the don't put your film high quality film through the X-ray scanner because it will get the X-rays will eject the silver atoms in the film emulsion if it's old-fashioned film. Well, that was the kind of the thing that was done to detect particles back in the day. In these, for example, balloon experiments or experiments on mountains and so on, where people would have these emulsion stacks and they would look for tracks of particles going through them. Okay, so that happened in the, so people did that in the 1930s in particular, and when was it? I'm trying to remember. The positron, which is the anti-electron discovered in 1932. And so that was, so Dirac's prediction from the mid-1920s that just sort of on a mathematical basis, antimatter must exist, there must be an antiparticle free electron, that was verified by actually seeing one in a cosmic ray experiment in 1932. Well, there were also a bunch of other particles that were seen in cosmic ray experiments. People didn't know quite what they were. One of my favorites, 1937, the muon. The muon is just like an electron, but 206 times heavier. And still to this day, we don't really know what muons are, other than just the description I gave you. But anyway, there was a kind of a zoo of particles that had been discovered, that were discovered starting in the 1930s through the 1940s and so on. There was another thing that happened in the 1930s. A chap called Hideki Yukawa tried to solve the following problem. So atomic nucleus is a bunch of protons and neutrons all stuck together. Okay, it was known since Coulomb that
find it funny how
like charges,
so
like electric charges repel. So that
easy
meant
to
all the
train. All you have
protons
to do
in
is
the
start
atomic nucleus
yourself
would all
and
want to
just-
fly apart.
it just
They
goes
all
up.
wanted to repel each other because they all had the same charge. So they were all
I might
trying,
make it a
trying to
multiplayer
sort of break up
character
the nucleus. So how come the
where I
nucleus stuck
min-max
together?
this thing.
Well, there had to be some other force. And so Yukawa proposed that there was another force.
We may
It was a
see.
little bit like
But
the force of
there are achievements
electromagnetism,
that you can only
but
get in
instead of
multiplayer.
being a force that
why
was
I bring it up.
would go an
Anyways.
infinite distance, it was a limited length force that would go only a fixed distance. And he had the idea that that force could be associated with the exchange of a particle. So by the way, I should have mentioned that the photon, one feature of the photon that became clear pretty quickly is that photons are massless. They have zero mass. The electron has a definite mass, the proton has a definite mass, the photon has zero mass. Or zero so far as we can tell. Interesting question for my new theory, whether it's really true that the photon has absolutely zero mass. That is an interesting question, which I actually don't know the answer to, but I can discuss how to figure that out. In any case, for all practical purposes, the photon has zero mass. If it has a mass, it's really microscopic. And anyway, but Yukawa suggested that maybe there was something that was kind of like a photon, but that had a pretty big mass. That was a mass kind of like maybe a tenth the mass of a proton. That would be the electron is 1/1800th the mass of a proton. The electron is very light compared to a proton. So there would be this other particle. I'm not sure if he named it. Anyway, it became called the pion or the pi meson. I'm not sure if Yukawa named it. But anyway, he suggested that there might be such a particle, and that the exchange of those particles between protons might be responsible for the strong nuclear force that bound the protons together into the atomic nucleus. And his idea was, because it's a feature of quantum mechanics, that if it was a massive particle, it has finite range. It can only go, that little exchange, the process of making what are called virtual particles, that can sort of pop into existence and then disappear again. For a photon, that can happen over a long distance, leading to this inverse square law. But for a massive particle, that can happen only over a short distance, and the force law has to die off exponentially. And that was Yukawa's proposal. Well, by the 1940s, the pion, the carrier of the strong nuclear force, had been observed, and it was clear that that theory was correct. Then there started to be a whole zoo of other particles observed. Now, another thing that happened late 1930s, nuclear fission was discovered, and nuclear fission, of course, led to the development of, well, both the nuclear pile for nuclear power stations, but also to nuclear weapons. Those were first tested in 1945, and it became clear that so that was, the Manhattan Project was kind of a big triumph for physics in a sense. It was it was take this effect that had been predicted, this phenomenon in nuclear fission discovered in the late 1930s, and package it up and actually make a nuclear weapon out of it in a few years. And it was I knew many of the people who were involved in that project.
Let's see how much
It was
longer we have on this
it was
video.
a very
We should be going
remarkable
to the end. Ooh,
kind
got like a
of
whole
scientific
hour.
achievement, independent of what one can say about its military uses and so on. As a pure matter of science, it was a remarkable achievement.
All right, let's stop there. Thanks, Wolfram. Always helpful. You look up. It's just wolframalpha.com, maybe. Helpful. Very helpful. Anyways. Sun's coming up. That means we're getting ready for our country tunes, and gotta go to the outpost. So we'll go to the outpost first. Because, oh, and we also gotta search the houses. We're just gonna be having adventures. Maybe we should go search the town in this tractor, because it's... Nah, we'll wait. I have a plan for this. We're gonna ferry it back and forth to the base, right? The tractor will be our... what we bring to the base, so that we can, I don't know, what is it called? Build around the sentry. We're gonna kinda... Okay, this is a base. Should I call them installations? I don't know, whatever to call them other than military bases, but, Tech 1 bases. We basically take this principle and, wall off the sentries, make clear, travelable paths through these bases, so that we don't get harassed by sentries. Takes a while, but it's fun. I don't know, I would assume in multiplayer people already do it. You kind of have to develop that strat. It's kind of an optimal way to do things. I mean, other than, it's just straight turning sentries off, which servers can. You can turn the sentries off. I opted to just make them do half damage, since, I'm the only one here. I don't want a mistake to be that punishing, because they hurt a lot. Let's do it. Just gonna take a little morning drink.
Salutations, scumbags. Are you ready for another day of carnage and chaos? I know I am. For those of you who
Yeah,
don't
dangerously
know me,
close to
I'm
our limit.
your guide and confidant on this journey of mayhem. Get ready to get bloody. Welcome, friends, to Scum Island. We've got some interesting events for you to check out. Try your hand at deathmatch, team deathmatch, capture the flag, or cargo drop. Now, get out there and paint the town red with blood, you degenerates. Make your mama proud.
It's not too late to walk away from the ledge and face another day
is fucking invincible, isn't he?
Welcome to the Thunderdome, bitches. John Dick here, inviting you to join in on the fun.
Jesus
as our
Christ.
prisoners disembowel each other for fame.
I feel like they're going right
And
through 'em.
The sheer joy of it. Once you're ready, be sure to sign up for one of our
There
many
you
events.
go.
Challenge yourself against other prisoners.
The heck?
Team up and overcome for blood and glory. Keep your head out there, players, and try to collect a few extra heads along the way. Here's some kick-ass music.
Start collecting some feathers for some more bolts. Never hurts to have.
Lost my job, caught in the rain. My car just broke down. Missed my train. I'm wondering if this is what I.
Alright, come on, this one clearly went through him right there. Well, the other ones I could see narrowly missing, but this one. Come on, eh? Ugh. Come on. Shit. Just give it to me. I need it, man. Just gets it. Now we can craft bullets. We can have our homemade 22 and our homemade hunter with a homemade suppressor and a homemade, you know what I mean? Why do gravel bags always have fucking one charge of gravel? Are we supposed to, like, crush rocks with them and put them in there? Make gravel by taking a sledgehammer to the rock. I don't fucking know. Maybe I'll search it. Someone else has to have had the same question. Why fucking you find all gravel bags with one T1? Maybe we should sell all our M1888s. So let's only have the improvised dealio. You know what I mean? Okay, we need to figure this out here. I gotta take our M18s and unload whatever ammo's in there. It's probably the slugs, yeah. Now we only have our improvised shotgun. That's what we. Ooh. It's not quite advanced yet, but. Let's take this. Use the black bag. How about that? Black bag for guns. Shit. Okay. It's 3 of those shotguns, taking up lots of space. And you. Nice. Put the gravel in this hiking bag for now. Alright. Should free up plenty. Some revolutionary stuff. What the fuck do you want? Piece of shit. Yeah, you better. What the hell are you doing? Where'd you go? No, he's just. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, good for him. expecting this is the break time. Oh yeah, okay. Now I'm acting like I'm drunk and real. Like, oh yeah, forgetting everything. No. We just do this. Right. No, not the relaxing right. That's what it is. Just continue this video. Alright. Just play that. Have the cool little sci-fi fucking... Imagine adding like a low droning rain sound. A little thunderstorm loop. It's not getting that sophisticated, right? It's just intermission. Oh god, I forgot I was gonna edit this picture so that it had, you know, we'll be right back or something on it. Okay. I gotta remember that. I got it. Anyways, we'll be right back, right? We'll be on a little break. Anyways, see ya. Have fun. right, let's continue. I think sound should also get more distorted. Drunkenness, not just vision. You know that kind of effect, right? The echoing, whatever. The sound getting more distant.
Gladiatorial Combat Evolved. I'm your host, John Dick, and welcome to Scum Island. We've got some interesting events for you to check out. Try your hand at Deathmatch, Team Deathmatch, Capture the Flag, or Cargo Drop. Let's get some music on to set the mood.
So there's a good amount of drunkenness, and then it's a bad amount of drunkenness. Getting slower. Boo. I hope I don't black out while driving. That'd be weird. That'd be unfortunate, I should say. The Holy Grail. I have found it. And it's mostly full. It's time to do a little bit of tomfoolery here. Time to see if I can repair with grinding stones. Oh, that was 20% worth of gas. How ridiculous. toolboxes.
Zombies are dead, but our cameras are live.
I'm okay to drive, officer.
Up for one of our mini events. Challenge yourself against other prisoners. Team up and overcome. For blood and glory. Keep your head out there, players, and try to collect a few extra heads along the way. Here's some kick-ass music to start your day.
Lumberjack slaughter. That's fine. Let me at him. I think that was an unregulated usage. But now we got a bloody chainsaw. Ooh, that's gnarly. that's not up to code. Okay, so not a good weapon. I mean, it was wonderful when it was on, but it just likes to turn itself off. I mean, come on, it can't be a chainsaw murderer with a non-functioning chainsaw. It just doesn't make sense. Maybe if we repair. Okay, we'll try this new and improved repaired chainsaw. Hopefully it won't bonk out on us.
Yeah, murder is fun, but if you try to injure the dude, it's amazing. I'm John Dick, and today's match is brought to you by Pong's House of Curry. So good, it'll make your asshole bleed for weeks. The best way to gain fame and fortune is by registering for one of our events. What are you waiting for, Scrub? Sign up and crank up. Let's play some games.
Yeah, it fucking sucks. Wood cutting tool it is.
Woke up this morning and rubbed my eyes. Took me a second, but I realized that I'm still the same man I was yesterday. See, I made a promise to myself to make a change and better myself, but I don't feel any difference, and that's a shame. Used to be a better man. Used to
Guess I got a nice bloody chainsaw.
See, I've got all my family and friends. You all know how it is. They got your back and they just won't fall away. But this is something I've gotta do for myself. I'm thankful, but I can't take that help. Gotta do this my way, my way, my way. To be a better man. The goodness later gave
So like a half a bottle of alcohol is good. It's a good time.
Don't wanna leave my girl in this pure moment, but I can stop my urge from flying away. Strange how things turn out. They changed me in a moment, and I'm so sad to go away. Those are things I don't know how to
How'd she get up there?
You caught me in a bad timing, but I'm so glad that you did. 'Cause I can remember your smile and the touch of your
Track down that boulder. Wonder if I can. Where the hell'd she come from? That's my question.
Don't wanna leave my girl. Why do I have to go? Why do you have to stay? Those are things I don't know how to say.
You, my friend, look like somebody who could use a bit of action. You came to the right place. I'm your host, John Dick, and welcome to Scum Island. Our producers have lined up some amazing tournaments for you. Sign up and revel in the glory, or die like a worm. The choice is yours. And don't forget, the bears are more afraid of you than you are of them.
Could make a joke about beer goggles there, maybe. Them damn female puppets looking fine. No, that comes with drunkenness C3. Yeah, that's it. This is it. This is the thing. Might be time to send off our stone bolts, though. Kind of feeling like metal tips. Plus, we're losing plenty. Maybe we should buy a military quiver. Just, yeah. Just like, we got it at the military surplus. That's our excuse. I don't know, they just happened to have one when we went into town one night. It was a good deal.
You, my friend, look like somebody who could use a bit of action. You came to the right place. I'm your host, John Dick, and welcome to Scum Island. If you're tired of withering in obscurity, you can register for one of our glorious events, gain fame and prestige, or die trying, or both. Now, get out there and paint the town red with blood, you degenerates. Make your mama proud.
That looks just straight demonic. I liked it better when I was drunk. The hell?
Welcome to Scum Island, where survival is the name of the game. Mass murdering maniacs eviscerate each other for fame and fortune. I'm your tour guide on this journey down a river of blood, John Dick. Let's do this thing. Once you're ready, be sure to sign up for one of our mini events. Challenge yourself against other prisoners. Team up and overcome for blood and glory. And don't forget, the bears are more afraid of you than you are of them.
that thing registered? Kidding. Nobody cares.
Do you think it's meant to be? Does it feel like letting go? Can it feel some energy? My battery's pretty low. Do you see with clarity? Gotta tell you I know. What a possibility.
Welcome, stranger. If you want me to buy that, you better give me the price.
Are we in a parody? 'Cause nobody is laughing though. When it comes to you and me, nothing is clean no more. Do we seem like charity? Or seem like anything at all? You got my curiosity. I'm a listen close.
What's up? If you're trying to rob the place, I guarantee you I'm well armed.
John Dick here, thanking you for joining us for another glorious battle. We've got some interesting events for you to check out. Try your hand at deathmatch, team deathmatch, capture
That
the
is
flag,
a
or-
lot.
Keep your head out there, players, and try to collect a few extra
Alright.
heads along the way.
Let's do
Here's
this.
some kick-ass music.
Which
to
one
start
look
your
good with our yellow equipment? I guess just a plain black quiver.
Winterland, tell me all your secrets. Fill me in on your wildest moments. Colored trees, your yellow leaves move me. Dancing roofs, your painted red shakes the room. When I get there, I let my feet roll. When I get
Guns come unloaded, that thing registered?
arms, I'll lose control.
Kidding. Nobody cares.
I know the answer. Let me know when I get closer.
Man, the bolts don't even sync up with the holster. That's neat.
Winterland, you're my sailing ship. Guide me when you head for your trip. Right out of this wicked black and into bright sand. Straight toward the warring sun and into his hands. When I get there, I let my feet roll. When I get there, I'm breaking your
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around.
Open up the sky for me. When you say I'll dig much deeper, I will shout. Let me know when I get closer. Open up the sky for me. When you say I'll dig much deeper, I will shout. When I get there, I'll know the answer. Let me know when I get closer.
Welcome, welcome. Here's what I've got.
Will I get closer? Will I get closer?
Here's what I've got.
I think that one's out of stock.
Make sure to stop by again.
I've been waiting for you to come. I've been longing for you, I know. And I've been sailing forever. You've been on my mind.
Small toolboxes are really way more convenient, actually. Let's see how much more they cost, or how much less they cost. It's for half the charges. Let me see.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around.
Yeah, just half. So that, but like way less weight that we can even carry in a jag. Maybe we should make our purchases in small toolboxes. How many you got in stock? 5. Alright, let's do it. 5. Yeah, half the charges for 30% of the weight. Easy equation, right?
So, what will it be?
In the silence of your own set to never-ending love inside of me. Love poured out for
Farewell.
weakness, oh.
It's the ocean, right? Can't just, yeah, it's probably the ocean. Too bad.
I've been waiting for you to come. I've been longing for you, I know. And I've been sailing forever. You've been on my mind. I've been waiting for you too long to see. You're the my siren's stolen in open heart. I found my way.
Oh, really? Is that what they say? That's where this island is located? Around there. Either way, it's salt water is my point. I can't drink it. And almost dehydrated.
Salutations, scumbags.
Not like it
Are you
matters.
ready for another day of carnage?
I'm not
and
gonna die
chaos?
from it.
I know I am. For those of you who don't know me,
Oh
I'm
wait,
John
no, I
Dick,
have a water
your
bottle.
guide
I'm
and
stupid,
confidant on
whatever.
this journey of mayhem.
I'll go
Get ready
home
to
anyway.
get bloody. Welcome, friends, to Scum Island. Our producers have lined up some amazing tournaments for you. Sign up and revel in the glory, or die like a worm. The choice is yours. Let's
Hello,
play
by
some
the way.
tunes, shall we?
Violet as a color grid. We were running through the fields. You had flowers in your hand. We were all chasing phantoms. Maybe you would hold them still and I grab on. Yeah. Well, if you're scared of the dark, let the rundown street lights be your stars. And then picture swings in the park, and I'll swing with you. Sing it. Sing it with me. Sing it with me. And we'll go howling at the moon. It's no use living if you're already dead. It's not worth saying if it's already said. Even if it all goes over your head, believe it if you want to. So keep your eyes on the road and your head in the stars. Follow it down the rabbit hole just a little while longer. You can change anything if you want to. Sing it like ooh. If you want to, sing it like ooh. If you want to, the next time I turn around, you'll have grown into a woman in a single bound. I hope I never take you for granted. Spending time with you is all that I wanted. But I'll go back to when you were small, burning all our favorite records on the CD-ROM. We were splitting headphones in a hammock to a soundtrack we could get lost in. Sing it with me. Sing it with me. We'll go howling at the moon. It's no use living if you're already dead. It's not worth saying if it's already said. Even if it all goes over your head, believe it if you want to. So keep your eyes on the road and your head in the stars. Follow it down the rabbit hole just a little while longer. You can change anything if you want to. Sing it like ooh. If you want
Does he have a white shirt?
sing it like ooh.
Maybe it's just blue and I'm far away. Either way, it'll be fine to test the new and improved hunter scope on.
If you're scared of the dark, let the rundown street lights be your stars. Let them know who we are. Let them shine for you. It's no use living if you're already dead. It's not worth saying if it's already said. Even if it all goes over your head, believe it if you want to. So keep your eyes on the road and your head in the stars. Follow it down the rabbit hole just a little while longer. You can change anything if you want to. Said it's not worth living if you're already dead. It's not worth saying if it's already said. Even if it all goes straight to your head, believe it if you want to. Believe it if you want
someone's hobbling this way. That's bad. Well, not really bad. But I was hoping it'd stay over there somewhere. Alright, let's see. No! What do I need? An improvised rail, maybe? Probably. Alright, let's see if we need an improvised rail to fit this improvised scope. So we can give our hunter improvised improvisation. Maybe the short rail. I don't know. I'm guessing here. I don't know. Jeez. Oh, improvised rifle rail. That's probably it. Okay, okay. Just making fucking everything before I get to the right solution.
Greetings, friends and enemies alike. You came to our humble island for some peace and quiet. You came to the wrong place. I'm your host, John Dick.
Hey, there we go.
Things are about to get downright brutal. If you're tired of withering in obscurity, you can register for one of our glorious events.
Alright, you bastard. Coming for ya.
Or both. Let's get some music on to set the mood.
I was running from myself. You were giving nothing else. I cut you off. You were the one I expected. When really, it should have been me. And love is not, love is
This is high quality homesteader vibes here. Too bad I can't get the sniping lookout on this improvised scope. Maybe with a high enough sniping skill, I don't know. Yeah, it was white.
So please, please, please don't walk away. Right now, I need you more than ever before.
I don't remember where that oil can suppressor is. Yeah, no, this is a proper, you know, rigged rifle. I like this. I like these vibes. Do I really have an advanced skill in something? For tools and weapons? I guess. Still, rubber rat-a-tat. That's the next thing we need to work on. Requires a lot of frickin' nails. Oh, and a drill. That's kind of the main limiting factor. Alright.
Welcome to the Thunderdome, bitches. John Dick here, inviting you to join in on the fun as our prisoners disembowel each other for fame, prizes, and yes, the sheer joy of it. The best way to gain fame and fortune is by registering for one of our events. What are you waiting for, scrubs? Sign up and rank up. Now, get out there and paint the town red with blood, you degenerates. Make your mama proud.
for you are naive. Love is a weapon in the hands of thieves who couldn't find the I miss the mornings when we wake with a physical truth to face our troubled days. What do you love more? The thought of sitting still or leaving through the courtyard. What is there left to do? But climb the coast with credit cards and sleep in empty houses. I've got a feeling death is real, but I can't believe that everything just ends. But I take comfort in the thought that one day we'll stop cycling through the ages. What do you love more? The thought of sitting still or leaving through the courtyard. What is there left to do? But climb the coast with credit cards and sleep in
I appear to have trapped myself. It's okay though. I don't know. Sacrifice this battery to the tractor gods. For like a few percentage of the charge. Oh, you could actually charge it quite a decent bit with a smartphone battery. That's surprising. Well, it has to be a full battery, I guess. You can run a car on a smartphone. In the future, smartphones will be able to do anything except make a call. Alright, idea. Go. Put everything away again.
Gladiatorial Combat
Get more
Evolved.
stuff.
I'm your
Just,
host, John Dick.
sort it
and
all out
welcome
later.
to Scum Island. Our producers have lined up some amazing tournaments for you. Sign up and revel in the glory, or die like a worm. The choice is yours. And don't forget, the bears are more afraid of you than you are of them.
We all think
theorized that bolts turn invisible at a certain range. That's my working theory. I wonder if I can put a rail on this crossbow. And then put like an... Well... Maybe not. Yeah, sure, why not? Then I need another camera lens to make another scope. Or maybe I just share the scope between the hunter and the crossbow. You know, that's all contingent on me being able to equip it. I don't really mind losing these bolts, because I'm going to replace them. But you know, it still hurts to lose your ammo into the ether. That's just how it rolls, I guess. I forgot to sell the bow. I'm silly. Whatever.
Yeah, murder is fun, but have you tried Indian food? The shit's amazing. I'm John Dick, and today's match is brought to you by Pong's House of Curry. So good, it'll make your asshole bleed for weeks. We've got some interesting events for you to check out. Try your hand at deathmatch, team deathmatch, capture the flag, or cargo drop. Let's play some tunes, shall we?
Yeah, it might just be all that extra scrap taking up space that I forgot to take out. What the hell can I craft it? I got the scrap in the toolbox. Wait a minute, no, the toolbox is in my work jacket. Sector cargo. Okay. We need to do these fairly quickly. Okay, get in here. Take you here. You gotta get up here. Not only to see if it lands where it lands, but also to put stuff away. Oh, I jump around like a fucking idiot. No, I need to get in here actually. Put away screwdrivers. I'll keep that pressure dressing in the work jacket. Why not? 5 minutes is plenty of time, but never know. Just do everything with urgency, because just cuz. Maybe I should switch the dynamic around, because right now it's staying dormant for, I think, 270 seconds and falls within 30 seconds. Maybe I should make that 200, 100. 200 seconds of falling. Nah, it's fine like it is, probably. Although I didn't time it, I should really, pay attention to the clock when that announcement pops. Alright, so it's east northeast. Either way, it's falling pretty much directly by the church. Let's just see where it hits. Pretty much in my land. Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. If I was some other character, construction worker.
And I'd like to invite you to join us as our prisoners mutilate each other for fun and prizes. The best way to gain fame and fortune is
the water bottles I have.
What are you
Soda,
waiting for,
milk.
scrubs? Sign up and rank up. Now get out there and paint the town red with blood, degenerates. Make your mama
Let's figure
proud.
this out. I think we'll keep the katana, actually. Display it as a weapon display. our stuff. SVD stuff. Sell it. In fact, let's just sell whatever's, pre-made. We make our own stuff. And then we sell the fancy stuff so that we can get base building materials. Maybe we keep the weapon ghillie for... Can't put it on our crossbow. Maybe we can put it on something else. Why not? Why not? Okay. And then I think we'll just put all the shit in here.
Picking up the pieces of my busted life. If she walked into this room tonight, I'd say, baby, won't you come in my life like a tornado, coming on hotter than a big potato. She spin me around and see you later. Wanna hate her, but another instead. I wanna hate her, but another instead.
I think we gotta make an emergency extra trip to the, Okay, we'll go to... I want to see if I can fit this improvised rail on the crossbow. And then if we can, we're gonna get another camera lens. When we get there. Right. I don't know, there might be still plenty of daylight left to go, so we can, I don't know, construct things. Let's put some stuff in the cooler. Can't put any kind of rail on it, huh? Okay, well, so much for that. Maybe put a rail on the rat-a-tat. Let's just sell some. 357, that can be put in a Magnum. Good old revolver. Like that. 50 though. Let's just unpack that 5080 tracer so that we can sell it for. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to sell it for more than just if we kept it in the box. Let's put it in the quiver. Okay. We're fine, we're good. Okay. To the outpost we go.
Good day, players and spectators. My name is John Dick, and I'll be your host for today's Bloodbath. If you're tired of withering in obscurity, you can register for one of our glorious events. Gain fame and prestige, or die trying. Or both. Let's get some music on to set the mood.
If you want me to buy that, you better give me the price.
What's up? If you're trying to rob the place,
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around. Let's see what you have. Here's what I've got. Make sure to stop by again.
Oh, we got 12. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Head bike. Craft the bolts. I don't know. Maybe we can do it out here. I mean, why not, right? Just take advantage of these bushes out here.
Notice your touchdown. Atlanta's rolling out on runway 22 at Edwards Air Force Base, wrapping up a 5.8 million mile mission. Atlanta's 28th mission. Using the International Space Station with more power generation capability and bringing home Expedition 15 astronaut Sonny Williams after 195 days.
The host with the most, John Dick, welcoming you to yet another fierce bloodbath.
Really does make
Once
3
you're ready,
sticks?
be sure to sign up for one of our mini events. Challenge yourself against other prisoners, team up and overcome. For
A
blood
fucking
and
chainsaw
glory.
is worse
Keep your
than a
head
metal
out there,
saw. Are you
players,
telling me
And
this?
try to collect a few extra heads along the way. Here's some kick-ass
They are
music to
telling
start
me
your
this.
day.
Why the fuck do we have a chainsaw then? If it's not like a superior tool in any regard. I guess it's just stylish. I guess I'm selling it because fucking the metal saw is like 10 times better. Disgusting. Or maybe I keep it as a theme or something. Honestly, I thought it'd be better than this. No, chainsaws absolute shit in everything it does. Alright, let's craft these metal tips. Crossbow bolts. Yep. Got everything we need. Let's do it. just keep a chainsaw for the novelty. I just can't believe it. Cannot believe it. This day's just full of surprises.
You got my attention, baby. And I can't make a move. Like a child, a spark of love. I stay there as long as I have. I'll cry a river of tears. And flow baby, if you run away. Baby, if you leave me, I'm so in love with you, girl. Make me feel brand new. Give it up to me. Let me take care of you. I know that your mama said I'm gonna make you cry all night. I'll cry a river of tears that flows to the sea. Baby, if you run away, baby, if you leave me, give it up to me, baby. Give it up, give me your sweet love.
Zombies are dead, but our cameras are live, bringing you play-by-play action to satiate your bloodlust. I'm John Dick, and welcome to Scum Island. Once you're ready, be sure to sign up for one of our many events. Challenge yourself against other prisoners. Team up and overcome. For blood and glory. Let's get some music on to set the mood.
It's perfect. We can test out our new bolts. Make sure if it misses, it goes in the airfield. It's heavy. Think she didn't notice it, I guess. You bitch. How dare you not notice my bolt? I put all my love and care into crafting it. Why am I taking it in my hand? Yeah. Maybe stone tip was a better idea. These are really heavy. I guess they would do a lot more damage, but that doesn't matter against puppets, really. It's a one-hit kill either way. But you know what? I'm keeping it like this. I'm keeping it this way. Metal is superior to stone. Metal is refined stone. What would you call it? The evidence of our conquering of nature. bitch. Oh, come on, it doesn't even do more damage. So the stone tip's just better in every way. It's aerodynamically better. And it does just as much damage. Fatties still take 2 to kill. Maybe it's just that they're more durable. Right? Like they'll last longer. That's the excuse we'll tell ourselves so that we can keep using it with peace of mind. And the only acceptable excuse, honestly. Yeah, my hand wouldn't be able to reach all the way over there, maybe. Probably a little exaggeration, yeah. Let's just keep it there. Cool, cool. I don't know, the question would be, what are bolts for that nails aren't for?
Kill or be killed.
Other than the
That's how it works here on Scum Island.
workstation,
My name is John Dick, and I'd like to
workstation,
invite
tool
you to join
station,
us as our prisoners
workbench.
meet each other
Okay.
for fun and prizes. Our producers have lined up some amazing tournaments for you. Sign up and revel in the
Yeah, that's bolts
or
only.
die like a worm. The choice
I think
is
everything
yours.
else is
Don't forget,
interchangeable. Everything that I
bears are more
want,
afraid of
that's
you than you are
interchangeable,
of them.
interchangeable. Those are metal scraps. Interchangeable, interchangeable. Well, that needs nails. But I mean, bolt exclusive. That's what I want. I'm not seeing bolt exclusives. Nail exclusives, but so that one workbench was the only thing that's nail exclusive. Bolt exclusive. What about you? Okay, an improvised toolbox, but we don't need that. We just, take runs out to the place, out to the survivor place, outpost, whatever. And a big improvised raft. I suppose if we just want to, take that out, sail into the ocean and just fucking die, we can do that. Either ways, yeah. Bolt is the default. 14 bolts. That's us. with? Okay, it requires an axe specifically. What in the fuck? I guess a big axe. Why in the hell? Ugh. Okay, shit. Okay, guess I'm just making a big stone axe. A big old stone axe. Let me see, I'm pretty sure it requires, yeah, 2 massive stones. Wait, let me just convert this to a throwing. What the heck? By using this slide, this item will be thrown. Well, it doesn't work. I don't understand why those stone heaps seem to have a low loot chance. It's like, come on, they're big piles of stone. They should have big stones always available. Maybe not always available, but like a bounty of stones always available. Alright. Big axe head. Step 1 complete. Oh god. Would a regular stone axe have done? I wonder if I have a spare one. I think I only have that spare hammer. But... Whatever. We're working on it. We're working on it. I wonder if we can just cut it without turning anything on. It just switches to, okay. That is absolutely silly. Chainsaw is silly. Maybe it's a lopsided use that, you get more yield from bushes and trees, but if you're trying to cut smaller things, it's bad. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look it up. It's ridiculous. That's a lot.
Yeah, murder is fun, but if you tried Indian food, the shit's amazing. I'm John Dick, and today's match is brought to you by Pong's House of Curry. So good, it'll make your asshole bleed for weeks. We've got some interesting events for you to check out. Try your hand at deathmatch, team deathmatch, capture the flag, or cargo drop. Now get out there and paint the town red with blood, you degenerates. Make your mama proud.
just turn off all lights whenever you turn on. Sweet Jesus Christ. How do you keep reversing lights on? Ass. That's the answer. It's just ass.
Good day, players and spectators. My name is John Dick, and I'll be your host for today's Bloodbath. If you're tired of withering in obscurity, you can register for one of our glorious events. Gain fame and prestige, or die trying, or both. Let's play some tunes, shall we?
Do they really mean it's a gun rack? I can't place my fucking... By weapon, they just mean gun, right? That's what it looks like. Oh, well, let's see what it takes to make an improvised shotgun then. That'll be one. In fact, can we put the crossbow there? Could we put the crossbow in the weapon rank? No. Just official guns only. Lame. Almost wish I didn't throw away one of those locks. But, yeah, you can get those from anywhere. Anywhere, mate. They're abundant. Something else. Shit. You want duct tape? I got duct tape. I wasn't talking. You want duct tape? I'll give you duct tape. Got plenty of duct tape. 91% cool. A bolt, a log, and 2 scrap metals, huh? Easy, mate. Easy does it.
Lately, everything's trembling. All my shelters are opening. Feels like everything's crumbling. All the windows are shattering.
Oh, wooden plank will do? Well, don't mind if I do. Nice. What would I put on this improvised rail? Strong, short, improvised rail. You got an improvised red dot. I wouldn't think so. I would want 4 times for a shotgun anyway. But guess this rail is all right. Not really. We're fine.
Your heart says it's too cold to read. Face expressions that mean nothing. Your sadness in this bowl till you feel mine and changes in your
I know you're feeling slightly more me, but gotta see if we can find anything to shoot at. Nice little improvised shotgun.
Welcome to Scum Island.
Too bad we can't, imitate or craft the proper guns,
Journey down a river of blood, John Dick. Let's do
with more skill.
the best way to
or
gain
something.
fame and fortune is by
Just like-
registering for one of our events. What are you waiting for,
I don't
scrubs?
know.
Sign up and rank up. Keep your head
That'd be
out there,
something.
players, and try to collect a few extra heads along the way. Here's some kick-ass music to start your day.
Oh no, so the bang's gonna throw out. Wait, no, we have earplugs. Never mind. Okay, well, just so that I don't overheat, I only have to put on the work jacket at night. Otherwise, this shotgun goes right on the weapon rack. Easy, mate, easy. Can't put a weapon ghillie on our improvised shotgun. Why even live? Honestly, better be able to put the katana on a wall-mounted weapon rack. Where are you? Wooden weapon rack. Oh, weapon rack. Yeah. It's like a welcome mat. Just put it up there. Four bolts. 2 scraps. I don't know why nails and bolts are interchangeable there. That's something you mount with nails, mate. Don't know you'd bolt into. Yeah, I guess you could put a bolt, but then you need a nut. Ugh. Anyways, 4 and was it 2 scraps? I'm gonna take 3 scraps just in case. I don't trust myself. But I do know 4 bolts, 1 for each corner.
keep your eyes closed. Tighten up your blindfold. Even when it's day old, we can make the show. You can ditch the halo. All you do is say so. Better anyway, though. Where's a hit to when it's all with the judgment to a hole that goes forever. Until a day trip sets a stage. It's harder than ever.
Lame. Lame. Come on. I want to display my katana somewhere. Put it there. Put anything there. Come on.
So I lay low, sit and watch the days go. I gotta stay home, squeeze the drips out and get loud in apartments. Into a hole that goes forever. Until a day trip sets a stage. It's harder than ever to get it up, don't leave it away. Just sit by.
Like, if you can't put a chainsaw in a weapon rack, why live? Why do anything? I guess we just use the katana as a fancy cutting tool until it breaks. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. If you can't mount it, display it proudly.
Into a hole that goes forever. Until a day trip sets a stage. It's harder than ever to make money on the streets of LA, but just getting by. It's too big to beg and answer.
Oh wait, did I have another duct tape? That was 15 in that box. Wait, not box. Well, I probably put it in the box. Don't tell me I did. Yeah, I did. I'm silly. I'm absolutely silly. I'm the silliest to ever live. That's my official title. In my official capacity as a foreign dignitary, I introduce myself as the American ambassador and the silliest to ever live.
Zombies are dead, but our cameras are live, bringing you play-by-play action to satiate your bloodlust. I'm John Dick, and welcome to Scum Island. Our producers have lined up some amazing tournaments for you. Sign up and revel in the glory, or die like a worm. The choice is yours. Let's play some tunes, shall we?
From the number one station, this is a story about love. A love story. Music is love, and love is music. Yeah. Sing the song, brother, sing the song. Sing the no stones unturned. The more you live is the more you learn. Tim? Live the life you love. You love the life you live. Cause music is mine to give. Live and let others live. And your days may be longer. If on this land. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Music is sweet for your dancing feet. So get up and move your feet. Let love shine bright along the way. Let love shine in your heart each and every day. You don't know, this is lion is a burning. It's all about positive energy. So myself, love stepping, funky music. Listen.
Keep the funk in their music.
As long as you're music, this will not hold up. As long as you're music, this will not hold up. As long as you're music, this will not hold up. As long as you're music, music. Not one, but still a whole a try. Don't know for them, the sister them a rise against the eye. Not one, but still a whole a vibe. Jah fire burn the hypocrites and the parasite. Not one, but still a whole a try. A judge alone a guide over right. Even though not one, but still a whole a vibe. As long as there is music.
Keep the funk in their music. Keep the funk in their music.
We might have to use all that wire we've been getting pretty soon. Yeah. Or at least that's my hope. I hope that I can upgrade plenty of stuff to barbed wire. But I think I'd have to make important fortifications. The outside is just for, area definition. When you want to actually protect stuff, that's when you upgrade the thingamajigs.
host with the most, John Dick, welcoming you to yet another fierce blood match. The best way to gain fame and fortune is by registering for one of our events. What are you waiting for, scrub? Sign up and rank up. Keep your head out there, players, and try to collect a few extra heads along the way. Here's some kick-ass music to start your day.
Alright, we are finally ready. Finally ready to get back to work. Jeez. Plenty of stuff happened. Let's use the bathroom out. Plenty. this yields something good. No, only 3. It's still... Okay. Still use that. Maybe it'll use the katana. And it'll disappoint me even more. Or continue to disappoint me. Because, you know, after the disappointment that was the chainsaw, why not? Let's see if this still gives us 4 wooden planks. I just don't trust it on any sort of stick.
Be on your way. If you wanna be a fiddler someday, you better get to practicing before you're old and gray. And you better here's the way. You're dreaming you will be a fiddler, an astronaut, a man that's on TV. But do it, yeah, don't just wait and see. 'Cause you're gonna be a fiddler someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away.
Oh god, no, I messed that one up. No. Oh, I forgot to flip it. I'm stupid. I guess I'm never upgrading it. Hope no one notices the mistake. It's not like anyone is around to notice the mistake, but fuck me, mate. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna cut it down and then God fill it so that in the correct orientation. Because you know. Just so that you keep it consistent. Because Bob is not a subpar builder that would ever make such a silly mistake. No, Bob is an expert artisan. All we missed was one long mist. Okay. Could have sworn we had a Worcestershire sauce on one. Oh well.
Tell me, darling,
I think we have just enough time for Wolf and Right. And it's gonna turn night, so let's just end this with a Wolf from the top. Wherever we were in physics. We'd already passed Einstein, talking about quantum theory. Whatever, we'll pick it up.
And I think one of the things it did in the US particularly was it really launched physics as being, this is an important thing. I mean, it also helped that radar had been invented in World War II, and that was another sort of physics-related thing, although it was a little bit more on the electrical engineering side. But the Manhattan Project was really front and center.
Oh yeah, we're
this
at
is
Manhattan
physics.
Project.
This is what
okay.
physics can
Atomic
do.
era.
And basically, the few $1 billion that was spent on the Manhattan Project sort of turned into a many billions of dollars spent on physics research, particularly in the US, after the Second World War, that I think in many ways was sort of a thank you for the success of the Manhattan Project that kind of lasted right up until the 1980s. It kind of lasted for a whole sort of generation or two of physicists. That was so the Manhattan Project really kind of launched the interest in applying sort of the extreme versions of physics, and particularly in particle physics and nuclear physics and so on. In fact, Robert Oppenheimer, the person who led the Manhattan Project, his sort of other interest, his other big interest was in the theory of stars and in things about sort of extreme states of matter in stars and so on. Okay, so coming back to, by the way, I see people asking questions on the live stream about things like antimatter bombs and so on. I'll probably do another one of these science Q&As for kids and others. That'd be a great topic for that, but let me not derail on that subject here. So the question, so anyway, one of the consequences of the Manhattan Project was it really launched, let's study nuclear physics at the lowest possible level. Let's study particle physics. Let's study subatomic particles. Let's study what were then often called elementary particles. Let's study high energy physics. It launched the idea of building particle accelerators. Particle accelerators are big, kind of a big adventure in electromagnetic, the typical particle accelerator, you've got a bunch of magnets and you're using those to accelerate particles along a track. Sometimes those tracks are like 20 kilometers in circumference, and the particles go very, very, very fast, 99.999% or more of the speed of light. And it's usually either electrons, positrons, or protons, or antiprotons that are accelerated in those things. And there are also linear accelerators. A big one of those if you drive down, oh gosh, what is the freeway in California? I'm forgetting. The one that's parallel to the 101 in Silicon Valley. 210. 210? Is that right? No, forget. Anyway, if you'll cross over the Stanford Linear Accelerator Center, this big long linear accelerator that accelerates electrons, and there's a place where a bunch of physics discoveries were made. But in any case, the thing that so particle accelerators started sort of coming online late 1940s, early 1950s. Lots of particles got discovered in particle accelerators. A whole zoo of particles got discovered. So one of the big sort of challenges was, what are all these particles? Okay, that was sort of one branch, was what are all these particles? What's this whole zoo of particles? The other branch was, let's take quantum field theory, the thing that's sort of been invented in the late 1920s, more seriously. Let's try in particular and just nail one thing, the interaction of photons with electrons. And let's try and figure out what was called quantum electrodynamics. And so in the 1940s, that was a sort of a big thing, figure out quantum electrodynamics. Well, a lot of things could be figured out, but there were some serious problems, one might say. The most important serious problem was that when you tried to compute things in quantum electrodynamics, the answer you usually got was infinity. Usually you would get integrals which were of the form basically dx over x. And well, integrals dk over k, where k is momentum. You would say, I want to consider this sort of virtual particle that had a momentum that was as large as you want. And when the momentum was sufficiently large, the contribution to, for example, the probability that an electron would scatter a photon was proportional to this integral, dk over k, which increased logarithmically as that's an integral where the answer, if you take the upper limit to be infinity, the answer is infinite. Okay, so that was kind of a big downer for quantum electrodynamics, was the answers ended up all being infinite. Now, meanwhile, I should have said that people had, where there was a big wave of excitement about quantization. Everything must be quantized. Matter is quantized, protons, electrons, spin is quantized, light is quantized, all sorts of other things about the mechanics of particles are quantized. Everything must be quantized. Even space, people imagined, maybe space is quantized. Well, they didn't manage to make that work. That was always something incompatible with relativity, to make space quantized. Coming next week, you might see something different there. But at least at that time, it was space is a continuous thing, not something made of discrete elements in any way. So, but in any case, back in the 1940s, people tried to compute things about quantum electrodynamics. Big problem with infinities. A person who was a good friend of mine, Dick Feynman, one of his early contributions was to kind of explain away the infinities and be able to calculate even in the face of the infinities. He never really liked what he did. Okay, he invented this thing called renormalization, and the idea was you get an infinity, but that infinity is, when you actually make a measurement on an electron, you're measuring, well, let's see. If you started off with a bare electron, an electron didn't have any photons around it at all, then you'd say it has a certain mass, for example. But then you let the photons interact with it and so on, and then you get an infinite answer for things. Okay, fine. Well, now you say, well, actually, maybe I could have taken the bare mass of the electron to be minus infinity. And so this infinite amount that you're adding to it that's associated with all the photons interacting with it is just minus infinity plus infinity. And it's like, well, we can just say the answer is the mass of the electron. A little bit more satisfactorily, you would say, well, all of this infinite stuff that's going on, that's happening to every electron. What we really care about is the difference between what happens to this electron that we poked this way and this electron we didn't poke. And so we can just think about it as renormalization is kind of this way of saying, we'll just look at the difference between these things, ignoring the infinities. And so it turned out that there were just 3 infinities in quantum electrodynamics. And once you said, okay, we'll just say that all those 3 infinities are sort of factored out, then everything else in quantum electrodynamics was computable. It's really computable. I mean, you can actually compute to, like, I don't know how many it is, 8 decimal digits of accuracy. You can actually compute all of these things. It's the most elaborate, successful calculation in all of physics. Is calculations they used to be done with algebraic computation systems in the early days, and they used to take years of CPU time and so on to compute. The big thing was the anomalous magnetic moment of the electron was the thing which was sort of most elaborately computed. And you would be able to write down this essentially power series for that in powers of the so-called fine structure constant 1 over 137, and computing the coefficients was like this years of computer time thing, and you could measure it, and it was exactly right. So it's a very impressive result of quantum electrodynamics from the 1940s onwards. After renormalization had gotten rid of the kind of, we don't know what's going on type thing, that was what happened. So, okay, so that was quantum electrodynamics. So another thing that came up in the 1940s was sort of a reinterpretation of quantum mechanics. The sort of Schrödinger version, the Heisenberg version, these were ways to compute things in quantum mechanics.
Probably are ways.
It's
I mean, it'd be a spectacle. It's
what
it would add to gameplay.
This thing called the path integral.
Probably take away more than that.
Is this way to say, what is quantum mechanics really? Well, his version of it was that quantum mechanics, quotes, is something where you're summing over all possible paths. You're saying this could happen in all these possible ways, and it gives you essentially a prescription for saying the probability that the thing will happen is the sum over all possible paths with a certain weighting factor that's mathematically determined. And by the way, and I know this is really bad. I shouldn't be doing this. It's like I'm we now know why the particle works. It's very exciting. And it has a very beautiful correspondence to the way things work in the theory of gravity. But in any case, that's you see, I'm actually very poor at being patient in doing these things, but I want to get it so that I've actually got sort of more or less the full story ready to say, and hopefully that will happen next week. But in any case, the coming back to what happened. So quantum field theory, quantum electrodynamics, great successes 1940s through 1960s. Meanwhile, 1950s to early 1960s, this whole zoo of particles being discovered. They have all kinds of exotic names. You know, they were the mesons, the baryons, the hyperons. They have all kinds of names. When I was a kid, I used to really be into particle physics, and I could tell you, I could probably recite the names. You know, there were the pions, there were the kaons, there was the eta particle, there was a mesons, there was there were things like there was the phi meson, the F meson. Then there were the baryons, the lambda hyperon, the sigma hyperons. I'm drawing them in a picture because they're usually arranged. These theory of Lie groups gives us a way to sort of have this way of arranging these particles in these definite configurations. But anyway, lots and lots of particles discovered to the point where there were hundreds of these things known. And the question was, what are all these particles? You know, how can we explain them? You know, this was supposed to be elementary particles. The world was supposed to be made of these things, but now we've got hundreds of them. This is not, you know, the world is made of something simple. Okay, so there were two basic theories that developed. The first theory, which came out of a thing called S-matrix theory, and another thing that sort of came out of the quantum field theory tradition. So the S-matrix idea, which kind of emerged a little bit first, was the following idea. So it was like just think about particles colliding with each other and just say, when particles collide, you can describe the probabilities of those collisions. And then you will write down essentially mathematical relations between different particle collision probabilities. And that was packaged up in a thing called the S-matrix. And there were properties of the S-matrix. The S-matrix was a function of many complex variables. It had all kinds of elaborate consistency conditions about the S-matrix. And the idea of S-matrix theory was, it just said, look, don't worry how it actually works inside. Just know that there are these constraints on the S-matrix and try and compute what must happen. And from that came this thing called the bootstrap hypothesis for particles, which was the idea that no particle is really any more elementary than any other. All these particles just sort of emerge as some sort of consistency condition from each other. Okay, so that was theory number one. Okay, theory number two, which emerged in 1964-ish, particularly another friend of mine named Murray Gell-Mann was responsible for this one, together with a person called George Zweig, who is also a good friend of mine. Was this idea of quarks. So the idea of quarks was maybe these particles like protons aren't actually elementary. Maybe inside a proton, there are actually, in the case of a proton, 3 quarks. And originally, Murray Gell-Mann kind of invented that idea a little bit like the way that Dalton had done the atomic theory of just sort of counting things and looking at what constituents would have to exist just to make the numbers work out. Although Murray sort of packaged that in a somewhat more elaborate theory of Lie algebras and Lie groups, theory of sort of fancy mathematics of symmetries. But in any case, what it really came down to was you can just count. If there are quarks, they have to have these properties, and then you could make 3 quarks would make a proton, a quark and an antiquark would make a pion. There will be 3 kinds of quarks, an up, down, and strange. They were originally called Pn and lambda, but in modern times they're called up, down, and strange. In any case, that was the idea, that inside the proton there would be 3 quarks. Now there was a problem there because it was like, well, why don't we see quarks out in the wild? Well, there would have to be some mechanism that would confine the quarks, unlike an atomic nucleus, which could undergo fission, and where the pieces of the nucleus, the neutrons and things like that, would just sort of, come out. That couldn't be the case with quarks, because what seemed like we didn't see any free quarks. So that was kind of a weird feature of that theory. Okay, so then that was quark theory versus the S-matrix theory. it seemed like the S-matrix theory was winning. In the 1960s, it really seemed like it was winning. Actually, one of the things that got made from that S-matrix theory was a very elaborate piece of mathematics that was string theory. Well, at least it was the first version of string theory. It was a theory of strong interactions that was sort of mathematically derived from the whole S-matrix setup. Okay, so by the late 1960s, something that was being done was a thing called deep inelastic scattering. So just like Rutherford discovered the nucleus by shooting alpha particles at atoms and noticing that most of the time they just went through, but some of the times they got bounced back. So a particular person called Hofstadter, father of Douglas Hofstadter, was one of the main people who was involved in, and there were several other people involved in that, involved particularly at SLAC, actually, the Stanford Linear Accelerator Center, the thing that you can see from the freeway, whose name I've now forgotten. It's going to drive me crazy, but I can't remember that. But anyway, maybe somebody can put it on the live stream. In any case, so same idea, but for protons instead of for atoms. Shoot high energy electrons at protons and see what happens. So what happened is most of the time the electron would go straight through, but some of the time it would bounce back. And so that meant that there was some kind of hard bit inside the proton. Well, at least that was one interpretation of what was observed in deep inelastic scattering. So well, actually, Dick Feynman was involved in inventing these things he called partons, which were supposed to be the parts of protons. Well, it became clear that basically it looked like partons might be quarks. It looked like in these experiments one might be seeing some sort of constituents inside protons. Okay, there'd been another development. In the 1950s, a thing called Yang-Mills theory was invented. Yang-Mills theory was a generalization of the theory of electromagnetism, but electromagnetism can be thought of as a so-called gauge theory, a theory that's associated with a local symmetry, and it's associated with a local symmetry group that's just rotations around a circle. So Yang and Mills had this idea, well, maybe there's a generalization of that involves not just the symmetry of going around a circle, but a symmetry that would be, for example, a symmetry of going anywhere around a sphere or something like this, or some slight generalizations of that. And so they invented this thing called Yang-Mills theory. It was a pure sort of theoretical idea. And maybe they thought it might be related to the strong nuclear force some way, but they didn't quite know how. Okay, so that led in to that theory, so-called non-abelian gauge theories, led to two things. I'm getting see, this is now this history gets more complicated for me because we're hitting the part of this history where I was actually involved in certain ways. So by the time I got involved in particle physics around 1974, and so it's always the worst is always remembering the history that one was involved in. But in any case, okay, another little sideshow here. Oh yeah, 280. That's the freeway that I was forgetting. That's the one that crosses over the Stanford Linear Accelerator Center. In any case, okay. So back to this. I'm going to try and I don't have too much more to talk about, but I was going to try and get us up to modern times, and then yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. We're still in the 1950s. We're talking about Yang-Mills theory. I'm going to mention one more thing that happened. Okay. So when atomic nuclei decay in radioactivity, there are three forms of radioactivity that were identified pretty early: alpha, beta, and gamma decay. Their mechanisms are completely different. Alpha decay is just like throwing out a piece of a helium nucleus Beta decay is an interesting one. Beta decay involves the emission of an electron or a positron from a nucleus, and that is a form of a way in which it decays. And many famous things like carbon-14 decays that way. Lots of things decay that way. So the beta decay, not really well understood. I talked about the strong nuclear force. Beta decay was often said to be associated with the weak nuclear force. Okay, well, the people didn't know that much about the weak nuclear force. But one thing that was observed in beta decay in 1957, I think, was a very weird phenomenon called parity violation. Okay, so when you think about the laws of physics, there are certain invariances that are usually true. Like, for example, we don't imagine that if we just turned some physical system upside down, ignore gravity, we turned it upside down, we'd think it still worked the same way. The laws of physics would be the same if we turned the thing upside down. You might also think the laws of physics would be the same if we reflect the whole thing in a mirror. It would be the case that just as something could happen this way, if we reflect in the mirror, it could happen the way we would see in the reflection in the mirror. Okay, well, that's all very well and good, except that it turned out that that mirror reflection symmetry didn't apply to nuclear beta decay. And it was discovered in 1957 that basically that you could have an asymmetry in the emission of in the angular distribution of electrons in the decay of nuclei. There was this thing called parity violation, the violation of invariance under just sort of mirror reflection of everything. Much later, it was realized, so another feature of beta decay was that it seemed like something weird was happening because there was a question of how momentum was conserved, because electrons would come out and it was like they would shoot off in some direction, but the nucleus wouldn't recoil the way you would expect from momentum conservation. And so then Pauli suggested the idea that maybe there was an unseen particle, a neutrino, he called it, that was a particle that wasn't detected. There was a electrically neutral particle you couldn't see with a particle detector, was going off the opposite direction from the electron. And it turned out the main result actually is that neutrinos are always left-handed. Well, with a slight exception about neutrino oscillations, but let's not worry about that. For the most part, neutrinos are always left-handed. And that's why that's a way of understanding this parity violation phenomenon. You don't find equal numbers of left and right-handed neutrinos. You only find left-handed neutrinos. And so that's so that was the sort of explanation which became clear only a number of years later for parity violation. But anyway, that was a phenomenon discovered in 1957, discovery of sort of features of the weak nuclear force. There was kind of a question of how did the weak nuclear force relate to other things we knew, like electromagnetism. Feature of the weak nuclear force, it's really weak compared to electromagnetism. It has a really short range. So strong nuclear force has a certain range. Weak nuclear force has a much smaller range. Weak nuclear force, in some sense, has a range that is about 1,000 times smaller than the range of the strong nuclear force. It wasn't known how that worked. It was suggested 1967 or so by Steve Weinberg and a person called Abdus Salam, that there was kind of a possible theory of the weak nuclear force and a way to sort of unify it with electromagnetism. And in kind of a tradition of we don't have enough particles yet type thing, what came out of that was the idea that there were yet more particles, just like there were photons that were carriers of electromagnetism. There would also be W bosons and Z bosons that would be carriers of the weak nuclear force. But they would have a very high mass, which would lead to this short range for the weak nuclear force. Okay, so that was something that emerged. That was an example of a local gauge theory. It was a local gauge theory based on the group SU2 cross U1. Okay, so then by the early 70s, this idea of local gauge theories was like all the rage, and there was another local gauge theory that was suggested for the strong nuclear force, an SU3 local gauge theory, in which the carriers of that force would be things that got called gluons. Like quarks, they would be confined inside the proton, but they would be another thing that was kind of like a photon, except not really like a photon, except they were massless, except unlike photons, which don't interact with each other directly, gluons would have an interaction, gluon to gluon interaction. So that was all sort of a nice mathematical thing, but honestly, people didn't really believe. People believed the S-matrix theory of strong interactions was the way it went. Until 1973. 1973, a phenomenon called asymptotic freedom was discovered. This was came out of a kind of mathematical development called the renormalization group that had been part of, that had been sort of an offshoot of the renormalization idea. But basically what was discovered was that if you kind of looked at a strong interaction, if you looked at one of these gluon interactions at a very short range, if you were like the way that things work in quantum mechanics through the uncertainty principle is short distance is kind of equivalent to high energy or high momentum transfer. So if you kick something a lot, it's like probing it at a very short distance. So what this said was, this asymptotic freedom idea said one could do a calculation which showed that if you kick things really hard in this SU3 gauge theory that was called QCD, quantum chromodynamics, that it would be the case that that the quarks and the gluons would behave as if they were almost free particles, as if they didn't really have this very tight binding, this strong nuclear force associated with them. And so that was kind of a theoretical idea, but it became clear that these deep inelastic scattering experiments had pretty much seen this phenomenon. They'd seen the idea that when you kick the thing hard enough, it behaves like it's a very free particle that can just bounce around any way it wants, rather than being this tightly confined thing that can't do much. So that was, in 1973, sort of big transition in physics, the realization quantum field theory is it. You know, we can compute things with quantum field theory. And there was a huge sort of, I was involved in particle physics at that time, there was sort of a huge rush of excitement about what one could do in physics using the ideas of quantum field theory. Actually, it was really fueled in 1974 by the fact that there was two very surprising discoveries. One was electrons and positrons annihilate each other. They turn into two photons or into other kinds of things. When you sort of crash them into each other at high energy, it turned out the probability that they would annihilate went up in a way that people didn't expect. And then, I think it was November 1974, a thing called the J-psi particle was discovered. It was a new particle that had a mass of 3.1 GeV, about 3 times the mass of the proton. And nobody really expected it would be that. Big surprise. So that was sort of the beginning of the sort of supercharging of particle physics, which kind of lasted through the 1970s. And people like me, I was 14 years old at the time, kind of got excited about what was this particle? Could we explain what was going on, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Turned out that particle was actually evidence of a new kind of quark, so-called charmed quark. And that was sort of an unexpected discovery in physics, and that really made it clear that this whole gauge theory, kind of quantum field theory thing, that was really it. That was kind of really the thing that was working. That kind of fueled a lot of work. Another sort of unexpected discovery was made in 1977. The thing called the B quark was discovered. Also a thing called the tau lepton, which was, I mentioned, the muon, which is kind of like, just like the electron, but 206 times heavier. There's also the tau lepton, which is just like the muon, but it's a mass of about 1.7 GeV. I'd have to do the math, which I can't immediately do in my head, but it's about thousand. It's about 2,000 times, 3,000 times heavier than the electron. Anyway. So those things were all discovered. The other big thing that happened, I'm leaving out the thing called spontaneously broken gauge theory. So one of the issues had been renormalization. Important idea, let you calculate things in quantum electrodynamics. Question was, were these other gauge theories, including these ones that involved things like the W and Z particles that were very high mass particles, or even just electrons that had non-zero mass, were these things also renormalizable? And in the simplest way of setting things up, they were not renormalizable. You couldn't, I mentioned that in QED, in quantum electrodynamics, there were just these 3 infinities that showed up. In these other theories, you'd compute something, you get an infinity, you compute something else, you get another infinity, you just kept on getting new infinities. And that meant you really couldn't predict anything. You didn't have a finite number of infinities that you had to just sort of get rid of. So in any case, then It was when was that? That must have been early 70s. It was realized that through the Higgs mechanism for generating mass, you would be able to get massive particles without breaking renormalizability. And it was proved that, in fact, these theories were renormalizable. The Higgs particle was kind of this weird thing that I always thought was a total kludge. And I was pretty disappointed when the Higgs particle was actually discovered in 2015 or so, because I really thought this kludge cannot possibly actually be right. But anyway, it's a way of understanding how mass arises from particles like electrons and so on. And kind of the idea is, well, the particle doesn't really have a mass, but throughout the universe, we're back to ether again. Throughout the universe, there's this Higgs field that sort of is spread throughout the universe. And as the electron goes through this Higgs field, it's effectively generating a mass. And again, there is no ether, but there is an ether. And the ether is now, a recent version of the ether is the Higgs field. In any case, okay, so particle physics, lots of good things happened. By the late 1970s, there was this idea maybe it would be possible to unify the strong interactions, the weak interactions, electromagnetism, everything bundled together into a grand unified theory. And that grand unified theory, I mentioned these gauge groups. The grand unified theory might have a group that was like SU5, a bigger group, where these other groups would be subgroups. And somehow there would be particles with masses of 10 to the 15 GeV and so on that would be associated with this bigger gauge group and so on. Everything would be great. One prediction. The prediction was the proton will decay with a lifetime of about 10 to the 30th years. Okay, so people busily around 1980 were looking for proton decay because it was a prediction of these grand unified theories. And they didn't find it. No proton decay has ever been observed. So far as people know, protons are completely stable particles. So that was a big downer, and that kind of, the energy of looking at kind of grand unified theories decayed. Meanwhile, experiments were going on. Tens of billions of dollars were being spent on particle accelerators, particularly at Fermilab in the US and at CERN in Geneva, Switzerland. 1984, the W and Z particles were duly discovered. Actually, after the B quark was discovered, it was known that there also had to be a B quark, bottom quark. There's also a T quark, a top quark that must exist. That was discovered in 1995. Actually, I had figured out with the present of David Pulitzer back in the late 1970s that there was an upper limit on the masses that quarks could possibly have if the universe wasn't going to become unstable. And we believe the universe isn't unstable right now. The top quark actually comes pretty close to our upper bound on how massive a quark could possibly be. But anyway, so those were discovered in 2000, I guess it's 2012 maybe, the Higgs particle, which was something that was predicted from this whole Higgs mechanism, that was discovered as well. There emerged this kind of standard model of particle physics, which allowed you to compute things, and everybody just kind of, everybody just was able to go ahead and compute a lot of things in particle physics, and it became sort of a thing where one didn't really think about the fundamentals of what was going on. One was more just thinking about the computing of things. I know someone writes in the question, how can there be three different infinities? The point is that the mathematical formulas that generate those infinities are slightly different. And the issue is they are all related to different physical properties of electrons. One is related to the mass of the electron, one is related to the coupling of the electron to the photon, and what's the other one? Self-energy, the vertex, vacuum polarization, yeah. The other one is associated with the propensity of a photon to turn into a virtual electron-positron pair. And those are just the three independent, differently computed kinds of infinities in quantum electrodynamics. Z1, Z2, Z3, usually they're called. Okay, well, so particle physics kind of hit the 1980s, and sort of the standard model got established, and it was all just calculation from then on out in the first approximation. So particle physics kind of put it on a shelf, more or less done in some sense with the slight footnote, grand unified theories hadn't worked out. Okay, there's another branch. I'm going to try and go fairly quickly on this. Another branch of the story of physics is gravity. So gravity had a much, so Newton had this idea, this universal law of gravitation, 1687, in the square law. Pretty much nothing happened in gravity until 1915. And in 1915, Einstein had this idea of general relativity. And his idea was, let's try and, what he wanted to do was to generalize the sort of logical, deductive ideas of special relativity, the sort of axiomatization of physics, implying things, to deal with the general features of space and gravity. And so he had this thing called the principle of equivalence. That was sort of a thing that was another principle. It said that you can't kind of tell the difference between acceleration and being in a gravitational field. Those are sort of two things that seem the same if you just look at mechanical properties of what's going on.
Deep into the forest.
So anyway, he invented this idea. He used kind of very highfalutin mathematics of the time, differential geometry and theory of things like Riemann tensors and so on. He always used to say, and I actually, in my own efforts in fundamental physics now, I now deeply sympathize with what he said. He would always tell people would say, you're using all this elaborate mathematics, you must be very good at mathematics. And he would say, look, this mathematics is kind of the outer limit of what I understand, but I happen to be able to apply it to physics. And in physics I've been doing recently, there's wonderful and beautiful mathematics that applies, and I feel very barbaric in my uses of it, because I'm sure there's a much more elegant version of it that will eventually be discovered, but I'm using it in a barbaric way, as I think Einstein felt that he was using differential geometry in a sort of barbaric way. But nevertheless, it worked, and the main thing that Einstein did was to show that you could think about gravity as corresponding to curvature in space-time. So, when you shine a laser beam, it'll go in a straight line. What does a straight line mean? Well, a straight line, if you think that space is curved, a straight line would be something just like a straight line going on a sphere is curved. A straight line could be something that deviates. And so what Einstein suggested in his Einstein equations is that mass, causes deformation in space-time, causes space-time to be curved, and that means that what you thought was a straight line isn't what you would otherwise consider a straight line. And so that accounts for the fact that, for example, if you something that would otherwise be moving in a sort of Newton's first law straight line, if there's a piece of sort of a massive object, space-time is curved around that massive object. And so the thing really is moving in a straight line, but it's moving in a straight line in curved space-time. And that causes it to deviate its trajectory in just the way that gravity says it should deviate the trajectory. So general relativity had a prediction. It said that the deflection of light around the sun will be twice as great as would be expected from other theories. Essentially, there was a form of gravitational magnetism, a gravitational analog of magnetism, that essentially doubled the effect of gravity on a photon going around the sun. And then in 1919, there was sort of a big excitement. It's not completely clear how genuine this experiment was, but big sort of excitement of going to observe a total solar eclipse and discovering that Einstein was actually correct, that there was twice the deflection. So general relativity had its first big test and it worked just fine. Okay, general relativity is a very mathematically complicated theory, and it was very hard to work out its consequences. Already it was known by 1916, a guy called Carl Schwarzschild had worked out a solution to Einstein's equations that corresponded to a spherical object like a star and the gravity associated with that. And that solution had a prediction. It said that there would be, in certain cases, an event horizon, but it was completely not understood what that meant at that time. It was, see, these equations are complicated, and there's a question of the event horizon was sort of a singularity in the equations. And the thing is that it's easy to get singularities in equations. For example, let's say using latitude and longitude to describe a position on the Earth. If you use latitude and longitude, what happens at the North Pole? You have kind of a weird singularity of the longitude at the North Pole, because at the actual North Pole, there's sort of all the longitudes are stuck together. But that's just a mathematical singularity. It's not a genuine feature. It's not like there's something weird at the North Pole of the Earth with respect to, it's just that that's a matter of our description. So the thing that, so anyway, general relativity developed quite slowly. One of the things in general relativity that Einstein had, the most simple-minded version of Einstein's equations implied something that Einstein thought was complete nonsense. It implied that the universe expands. So Einstein put in this thing called the cosmological term, which was intended to compensate for what would otherwise be a necessary expansion of the universe. Well, needless to say, in 1929, a guy called Hubble observed that the universe is expanding. Einstein always said that that was sort of the biggest mistake of his physics life, was the cosmological term, because it didn't need to be there, because actually the universe is expanding. And really his equations, if he'd really trusted them, predicted that the universe should expand. Anyway, Hubble observed that galaxies were receding, and actually Lemaitre had already proposed what is now called the Big Bang theory, that the universe started as something small and progressively has expanded. Okay, well, meanwhile, by the 1940s, people like Oppenheimer actually were looking at sort of what would happen when stars collapsed. And it was slowly becoming clear that black holes were a thing. It wasn't clear whether black holes sort of have this singularities associated with them. They have this event horizon. Actually, Laplace in the 1700s had already thought about, what if the escape velocity of a thing is more than the speed of light? Does that mean that light couldn't escape from it? Well, that was what was happening in these equations, in what Einstein's equations predicted, but people weren't sure, was it a coordinate singularity, was it just a piece of mathematics, or was it something real? But it became more and more clear that there would really be this phenomenon, there should be this phenomenon, sufficiently massive stars, when they collapse, should undergo gravitational collapse and form these event horizons where light couldn't escape from them. So that was sort of a feature of general relativity, that general relativity, in a sense, describes its own failure, because it says that at the very center of it, like a Schwarzschild black hole, there's a singularity in space-time. And that means that the equations, by their nature, can't describe that singularity. So it's kind of explaining its own limitation. But nevertheless, there was a lot of mathematical complexity around that. Well, meanwhile, the notion of the Big Bang and the expansion of the universe been developed. 1940s, people were talking about that and so on. People didn't know whether it was really real. 1964, some guys at Bell Labs were trying to do satellite communications, and they observed that there was this irreducible background radiation, whichever way they pointed their antennas. And it was then realized, gosh, that's just a relic of the Big Bang. That's a relic of essentially the photons that have been created in the very early universe had now been sort of redshifted. They'd now been cooled down to the point where they were this very low energy, 2.7 degrees above absolute zero radiation that was in all directions in the universe. So that was kind of evidence, 1964, really evidence for the Big Bang theory of the universe. It hadn't been clear whether that theory was correct or whether there was a steady state theory that was really correct, where the universe was just steadily producing new galaxies popping up in different places. By the way, one thing that was also a confusion that lasted a long time was the question of antimatter, and where was the antimatter in the universe? Because the most obvious theories of the Big Bang would produce equal amounts of matter and antimatter. It was discovered in 1964, a thing called CP violation, also related to time reversal violation. It's a phenomenon whereby there's sort of a difference between particles. Most things about particles and antiparticles are the same, but some particles and antiparticles have some strange small differences, particularly the neutral kaons, so the original example. But in any case, there was still this mystery. When I was a kid, still a big mystery. Why is there more matter? Why don't we see a bunch of, could there be antimatter galaxies? Could the Andromeda galaxy be made of antimatter? We didn't know. Actually, some of my early science had to do with trying to figure out what the consequences of antimatter galaxies would be, and things about separation between matter and antimatter in the universe and so on. Actually, in the late 1970s, I worked on using CP violation to understand what I think is now the generally accepted theory for why there isn't as much antimatter as matter in the universe, that there was CP violation in the early universe that caused a small difference between the amount of matter and antimatter, and all the stuff that wasn't different annihilated away, but we got left with a small residue, 1 part in 100 million, basically, that is everything we know. That's the matter in the universe. So that's one kind of weird feature. By the way, the one thing about antimatter is antimatter still falls, doesn't have negative mass, still has positive mass. I now understand why that's true, but that was originally kind of just a fact from quantum mechanics. In any case, back to general relativity. So what happened in general relativity was sort of progressive measurements. Things got more accurate. You know, a lot of very nice experiments done on the effect of gravitational redshift, all kinds of other things, predictions of general relativity, binary pulsars, neutron stars orbiting each other, emitting gravitational waves, just like you can emit electromagnetic waves when you have moving electric charges. So you can emit gravitational waves when you have moving masses. That was a prediction of Einstein's general relativity, so that was there was indirect observation of gravitational waves through these binary pulsars, things like that. You know, general relativity was working great. Theory from 1915, no changes, working great. And in fact, to this day, it's worked great. And the big thing in, when was it? 2015, discovery of gravitational waves by LIGO was, this is the merger of two black holes causing a very violent thing where about 2 times the mass of the sun is dissipated in energy in a matter of a second, about a third of the way across the universe. And that produced this intense pulse of gravitational waves that was detected by, gravitational waves deform space-time. And so what LIGO does is it basically is looking at the length of a big thing, and it's basically saying if there's a deformation in space-time, like a wave comes through space-time, the length will change just a little tiny bit, a tiny fraction of the distance across an atom, the length will change to represent the passage of the gravitational wave, more or less. And that was observed in 2015, a fantastic validation of general relativity and of the existence of black holes. Okay, so the one thing that, you know, it's like the one kind of big flag that something doesn't really quite work in physics is the fact that this whole structure of quantum field theory is completely inconsistent with the theory of gravity. So the problem is, if you try and make a quantum theory of gravity, the most obvious way to do it is replace photons by gravitons and stir the pot, so to speak. Well, if you do that, you get a theory that isn't renormalizable and it's a big mess. So people starting in the 1980s really got excited about doing quantum gravity, finding a way to merge kind of quantum field theory and gravity. And there were these different schemes, things like supergravity, schemes that said, let's add more particles, where those particles weren't observed, other kinds of schemes for merging gravity and quantum mechanics. Another thing that emerged was a retooling of string theory. String theory had been originally invented as a, well, ultimately unsuccessful theory of strong interactions, but it was sort of retooled and put to work as a theory that would unify quantum field theory and gravity. It's sort of a consistency condition of string theory is general relativity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It had some weird predictions, like the universe is really 26-dimensional, but most of those dimensions are rolled up in little tiny balls and so on. Kind of weird things that to many people might be kind of a sign there might be something unconvincing about this theory, but people didn't have much choice. So the physics community kind of barreled right along, and a lot of physicists started working on string theory. And there was some excitements in the mid-1990s. There was a thing called M theory, which had sort of emerged from some sophisticated string theory. For whatever it's done in physics and whatever it will do in physics, it has spun off a lot of very nice mathematics. And the sort of merger of mathematics with physics that has been associated with it is really very powerful. I mean, I might say that in the physics that I've been doing recently, I think that string theory, its mathematics is quite relevant, although its underlying structure is not the same. But, you know, string theory has been sort of recast once before. I think it can happen again and still leave the same string theory structure intact.
See if it can be used for something.
But the thing that happened so quantum gravity, big thing in the 1980s, 1990s, and so on. One piece of that had been 1974, Stephen Hawking worked out this idea of Hawking radiation, which was sort of a rather rickety kind of calculation of sort of a merger of quantum field theory, what happens to quantum field theory near a black hole. And the basic answer is you can have situations where virtual particle pairs are made, particle-antiparticle pairs are made. One of the pair falls into the black
okay,
hole, and
it's
the other one is
supercharged
emitted to
on
infinity,
logs.
and that leads to a black hole not really being black, but emitting radiation. Hawking radiation hasn't been observed yet,
This for logs,
but
the little metal
it's,
saucer sticks.
it's a great theoretical interest, and actually I think we have some very interesting things to say about it. But in any case, that led to a bunch of kind of theories around kind of thinking of black holes. So black holes, even though they're big, you know, kilometers across and so on, or whatever it is, or even bigger than that, they are in a sense very perfect. There's, you know, if you have a black hole, it sort of doesn't have any hair. There's a no hair theorem for black holes actually, but it's basically like all you have to know about a black hole is its mass, how fast it's spinning, and maybe its electric charge, and everything else. It's like a particle, really, but it's just a great big particle. And so that idea of the black hole is just like a particle is something that has sort of wound its way into theories of sort of attempting to merge quantum mechanics and gravity, particularly from the late 1990s, I think, of the ADS-CFT correspondence. It's a correspondence between anti-de Sitter space, which is a version of the solution to Einstein's equations on a thing called conformal field theory, which is kind of a limiting case of quantum field theory. And there's a very beautiful mathematical correspondence between these things, which I think actually is a precursor of something that we now understand much better. But that has to do with the merger of relativity and quantum mechanics. But anyway, I think we're pretty much, well, that's kind of a, well, I've been talking there about fundamental physics. There are two big branches I haven't talked about. Maybe another time I'll talk about these. One is condensed matter physics, things like the theory of superconductivity and so on. That was a field that really started to engage, you know, really impressively in the 1980s.
Take a survey.
And the other big thing I haven't talked about is quantum computing. That's something I actually worked on that with Dick Feynman actually back in around 1981 or 2, long before people had mostly heard of quantum computing. But that's a thing that's sort of a way of taking the formalism of quantum mechanics and trying to apply it to computing. There'll probably be more to say about that when we talk about fundamental theory of physics. And things that we can probably say now about quantum computing. All right, there are some quick
oh, thanks for the light, mate.
Questions here. I haven't been paying
Looks like it's
attention.
the exact same efficiency on the.
All right. Well, there seems to be enthusiasm for. You know, I think what we've discovered is it's kind of something I started working on 30 years ago, and for a variety of reasons stopped.
We made a lot of progress on the wall.
Finally, last fall, I kind of had a little bit of a breakthrough that I made, and then I started working with a couple of other people very energetically on this, and it's spectacular. And I think, you know, these things which kind of I've known about for
craft these bundles, put them in the inventory.
Years now about physics that always seemed a bit mysterious. I think we really understand how they work, and it's really, really cool. I can't wait to talk about it, and we'll have a bunch of material ready.
Reverse that
sometime next
wall
week
with God mode,
and I'll be doing some live streams. I'll be doing
and then have fun.
Live streams, kind of explaining the main point. It's
just formalism.
The main point is not that trivial to explain. I mean, not super surprising that if you have a fundamental theory of the universe, it's not like a one-line thing to explain how it all works. But then I'll be doing some more technical Q&As for physicists and mathematicians and computer scientists later on.
Yeah, it seems it's actually less efficient.
And no, it's not a cellular automaton. If you want to know what it's like, go look at chapter 9 of my book, A New Kind of Science, which you can find online. That's really that's the precursor to what I'm talking about. Okay, well,
I don't know.
All right, we should probably wrap up here. I went on a lot longer than I expected.
Oh, that's the absinthe I threw away earlier. I was like, why is there just some fucking absinthe on the floor?
But thanks for joining me, and
you're
I
welcome,
look forward
Stephen.
to
Anytime.
saying more about the future of physics next week. So, thanks a lot. Bye.
He just does these live streams regularly. Next one are general crisis theory. Anyways, that's all for that lecture. We have to do something else. Yeah, that can stay there. I actually have to go into God mode. I have to figure out, and it's better to figure out from this angle which one of these slats is busted. Which one did we fuck up? Three of them? No. Okay, these are the ones. These two. Let me say this. Oh, it's set God mode. Okay. Set God mode to true. No, you need to connect exactly. I mean, the hell? This fucking wonky building mode. Like, the slats that connected perfectly before, now you try to connect them between two places, and it's like, oh, I don't want to. Which is stupid. And I made the same mistake even then. They need to allow some sort of fucking overlap. I swear. You know, if it works, it works. I guess. You know, better than look. It's better it looks awkward like that than better than it. It's better that it looks awkward like that than it is looking being completely reversed and out of sync with the rest of the wall. So I don't know. You can barely notice it when passing through. It's just, you know, this little awkward place in the wall. We made some progress. We're nearing that rock formation. We're almost at the watchtower. Having fun. So, we'll cut it off here. Tomorrow, who knows? Maybe we continue building. Maybe we try to go into a public server and commit a little tomfoolery. How about that? Anyways, this has been the Adventures of Bob. Bob's building. Bob's having fun building the wall. And we will see you